now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Owen the Talkinator Studios series premiere of Owen and AJ Talks. Welcome to the FTW family, Zero Miller. Shared experiences re-airing on the new FTW main hub. All retro wrestling review series videos on demand and upcoming. The Wrestling Rundown makes its return, available now on demand. Fantasy Booking Series video, If Goldberg Stayed in WWE in 2004. Pride CAW Supercard by Zero Entertainment. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. Indie Force Episode 26, available now on demand. Jeff Meacham Network, all watch-along events. AEW Double or Nothing Dynamite Go Home Show Watch Party, available now on demand. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Cats of the 18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting, Episode 3 coming soon. Breaking news, ATW View Impromptu, WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Wrestling with Idiocy Episode 8, Fast Food and Restaurants discussion. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports, and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the Heb Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells itself.
God.
Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the thing goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday night shenanigans that are open mic night. I am your host, your moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Happy Saturday. How y'all doing tonight? Let's go ahead and get the party started. First and foremost, the man whose name is right here on the marquee, the man, the myth, the legend, the West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham. And before we go, you're muted, Meacham. And before we go and we bring everybody in, those of you that tuned in to the watch along saw that we got our target goal for super chats. So not only will Noah Foster, the Simple Man, be gracing us with his version of the greatest TNA Impact theme song, AEW theme song of all time, My World. but because we hit the $50 mark to get there, in one super chat, mind you, from Arlene Dominguez, thank you very much for that. Jeff and I also have to grace y'all with our rendition of Eric Bischoff's I'm Back. You ready, Meacham? Okay, you're muted, so I'll know you.
No, we're good. I got you.
Now, I just don't want you to leave me hanging when it gets to your part because you're muted over here.
No. I was just making sure I didn't have any other background noise because there's a lot of stupid shit going on in this damn house right now because of all the weather crap. So,
got it. No worries. Well, we took the lyrics, we orchestrated it so that we each have a little bit that we have to do.
Yes.
Make it fair.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and do this, Meacham. I'm back and better than ever.
Got a knack for making things better.
Face facts, 'cause your opinion don't matter.
This maniac is gonna step on whoever.
It's time get in line, 'cause I'm gonna make some changes. Kicking ass, taking names, screaming I'm so famous. I'm burning out the dead wood, burning down time. 'Cause it's only my way, so get your ass in line. All right.
Conrad and E, forgive us. God damn it.
Please forgive us.
Lord Almighty.
Well, the next person we're going to bring in is the one who seems like he is the most entertained by all this. Man, James
has lost his damn mind down there.
Oh, fuck.
So I was muted when you brought me on. I actually have the old, see if I can get the signature on there, the old VKM microphone, right? So I was going to go, welcome to Open Mic Night. But
I lost my headphones.
Now that my ears are bleeding.
Bro, it was the great, because you guys are trying to sync up, and every time you kept coming out of sync,
I know.
and then you just kept lying, and it's died. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
I know
as long as we have a good time doing it, but a man who isn't going to have a good time doing his portion, the simple man with the spectacular, tired voice.
Yes, he a tired voice.
Noah Foster.
Yes.
Hi,
He's a tired, simple man this evening.
Yes.
What is going on, good sir? How are you doing this evening?
Oh,
I'm tired.
He's tired. He's tired, and he does not want to be in Double J and Karen's world tonight.
He's tired. His voice is sore, and he works with children.
Oh, yeah, he kind of does. He does work with like 3 bad children when you're really.
That's fair on the regular.
Working with children. Here comes the Meltzer of the multiverse.
Oh shit! Yeah, there you go.
Cleveland combatant.
Look at the baby.
Look at you. Wait. Oh, it's your baby.
He's so cute.
Oh, look at
Look at the baby.
Fuck off, assholes. I have my pie, so I'm going to enjoy it.
Okay.
Hey, no, this is his podcast.
This is my Pepe.
Off the rails, that's it.
Buddy.
It's over already.
Hey, Noah. I just want you to know, buddy, that we appreciate you so much. And just want you to know that that time of my life.
Sweet Jesus.
Fuck off.
If we can get $20 super chat to Jeff's channel right now, Josh will stop singing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
The problem is you're so good that you're making the rest of us look even worse.
Yeah, seriously.
I know,
fuck you, dude. Yeah, seriously.
What are you doing?
That's
All
the
right.
point.
So imagine if Russo's theme had lyrics.
So the problem is, Russo's theme was a knockoff of the Road Warriors theme, which was a knockoff of Iron Man. So, like, it would have been a horrible clusterfuck if he had done that.
Hi, Zero. Yes, you were in the FTW plugs. Cool beans. Whew. That was amazing.
Oh my God. We are what? Okay, so we've been on the air. This is 10 minutes. We've been on the air 6 minutes. And it's off. Yeah, off the damn rails. It's going to be a long show.
Enjoy. You know what? It's going to be a fun one.
It is.
We've got a lot of good stuff to talk about. Mostly just opinion pieces. If we're being real, like not a whole lot of it is newsworthy. The main event is, and that's why it's the main event. But, you know, for the most part, it's just going to be a fun, chill, calm evening. And I think that's something that all of us really need tonight because I'm tired. I'm dragging. Noah's told us that he's tired. He's dragging. Jeff told me that he's tired and dragging, you know, so it's like, it's just a good, easy show, I think.
And, you know, Joshua, there was damn youthful energy over there because, you know, fuck him and his good singing voice. But, you know, it's been a long week, I think. I think this morning's PLE was a good energy boost as far as it was a shitastic week over here on this end of things. And that PLE was everything it needed to be. It came off so well. And then, you know, tonight's our usual, you know, Saturday Night Shenanigans, JJ, as you've labeled it. And I always look forward to this, even when we are tired and dragging our asses. It's always a good let me up to send us off to the land of slumber on a Saturday night. So
yeah, you know, back in the day, and I'm not saying this to try to give you any kind of grief, Meacham, so please don't take it that way.
Right.
But back in the day, like if we were having this just exhausting of a day and this many of us were tired, we would have just canceled the show.
Yeah.
We would have put it out there. No open mic night this week. We're just going to cancel it. But I think we've gotten to the point where, and again, I don't want to try and toot my own horn, but maybe it deserves a little bit of a toot. But I think we've got to the point where everybody now, not just our fans, but us, the collective, look forward to doing this each week.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Like we could have the crappiest week, but we know come Saturday night, we're going to sit at our laptops. We're going to put on our headsets. We're going to engage in conversation about professional wrestling. Damn it. And we're going to have a blast with each other.
Yeah. It's really
and so sorry. And so to try to cancel it at this point, it's like, man, now I'm not going to get my little energy boost that I look forward to each week.
Right.
Yeah.
And
go ahead, Jeff.
I seriously consider there are a couple of things going on tonight. Paradise City is out in Tempe, Arizona. That's not overly far, right? You know, they're as close as they're going to get to being home until the end of this tour, and you know, after this, it's going to be up in way the fuck up NorCal. Kind of good. There you go. And then, you know, Talk Scary to Me, the podcast. Danielle and Scout are in Vegas tonight. Doing a live recording. I'm like, man, I haven't seen Danielle in a minute, and Scott I just saw back. I'd love to go see him and just say hi to my other people, but I couldn't justify not being here. And I like I said, I was dragging my ass going on the air for this. I probably would have been dead ass asleep in the car on the way out to Tempe, Arizona, or Las Vegas. Right. And I got news for you. If y'all aren't on the West Coast or other than y'all in New York and the Northeast dealing with the freaking fires that are coming out of Ontario, love you crazy bastards for dealing with that shit. But golly, it is 100 friggin' degrees pretty much all three of the places I mentioned, either staying here at home or where I would have been going. So my ass has the air blowing, and a fan hit me so hard I'm gonna have fucking pneumonia in the morning. All right.
Real, put it to you like this. It is 8:00 here on the West Coast. It just dipped under 100 for me in Victorville.
Yeah, same here.
Like my thermometer just now says 97.
It is
at
just
8:00 at night.
That is bullshit. Yeah.
I don't like that.
No.
BEW boo shit.
Yes, that's right. That's how you spell that shit. It's BEW sheet, SHEET, because this is it's so much bullshit you can't even spell it right.
B-E-dub.
It's just like how I used to say, I'm so po, I can't afford the OR to be
right.
poor.
That's it.
I'm po.
That's it.
There you go. So
Do we do singing? What do we?
Whoa, God damn!
No, we have our
I'm okay.
topics to discuss. The only other person that has to sing tonight is Noah, and he doesn't have to do it until he's ready to bow out for the evening.
Yes.
Whether it's the end of the show, whether he dips out early, you know, he's more or less dictating when he has to do it. I mean, if he wants to do it now and get it out of the way, he can do that too. Or we can get to our first topic, which is one that I actually think Noah would enjoy discussing. You know, unfortunately, I couldn't find the list of match producers. So if anybody can find that while we're on the air and shoot that to me, then we can still get to that.
Right.
But since I can't find that as of right now, our first topic for this week was on NXT, the return of the Lone Wolf, Baron Corbin. Still bald, no hair, but, you know, everything else was pretty much back from what I have been told, considering that I didn't really get to experience the Lone Wolf in all his glory.
Yes.
But the music was back, the entrance was back, the outfit was back. He did a deep six to Carmelo Hayes that made me think he was going to deep six him through the fucking ring.
Right.
I saw that clip.
It was gorgeous.
Yes, it was.
You know, it was one of those suspension of belief moments where for a split second, I actually thought Corbin was going to pick up the NXT title.
Right.
And we were going to have a Dolph Ziggler beating Braun Breaker moment, you know, just to have Carmelo maybe get it back at the Bash at the end of the month, give Corbin a little 1 month run with the belt to help get Melo over even more than he already is. But holy shit, the return of the Lone Wolf. And this is something that has been discussed for a minute, ever since Madcap Moss broke off from Corbin last year.
Right.
Is that Corbin needed to do something to reinvigorate his career. And he tried to do the whole wrestling god thing with JBL. That went about as over as a fart in church.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe the Lone Wolf is what it's going to take. And it got mentioned, I think I mentioned it during the call today for Money in the Bank. It's like, now that Roman has been beaten and been pinned, the last person before today was Baron Corbin to give him that pinfall.
Yep.
Why haven't they tried to use that more to try to reestablish Corbin as this serious threat to a championship as opposed to him being Happy Corbin the goofball?
Yeah.
So we'll go around the room here, and first, thoughts on the Lone Wolf being back? And second, why don't you think they've tried to tap into the fact that he was the last person to actually pin Roman to try to get him a more serious, defined character? Whoever wants to go first. Josh, we'll just go ahead and go to you, Josh, and we'll just go around the circle. Josh to Jeff to James to Noah.
Cool.
Forgive me, because I was searching, like you said. What was the specific question again?
I'll go.
Okay. Jeff, we'll skip Josh. Go ahead, Jeff.
We'll come back. All right. So I am going to completely be egotistical and claim all the credit for the return of the Lone Wolf this week. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
When I saw Baron at Sam Roberts' podcast, WrestleMania week, I looked him dead in his eye and I said, man, I tell you, I've been a fan from the beginning. My son was such a fan of yours that he abandoned his fandom of Kofi Kingston for the Lone Wolf. And he's sitting home now with no regrets about not coming with me tonight. And he looked me right in the eye and says, tell your son I'm sorry. Because, the booking has been what it's been, right? Somewhere in that brain of his, he went to Hunter and going, dude, we've got our target audience wanting this guy back. Let's bring him back. And it took a minute because it's been almost 4 months since WrestleMania, or almost 3 months since WrestleMania. We got it. As far as why they haven't been on more of a kick of the fact that he was the last guy to beat Roman Reigns, that's a damn good question because nobody said it but freaking him. And I don't understand that. I can only claim possible not wanting to dilute the godness that has become Roman Reigns. He's been untouchable since Roman pinned him, since Baron Corbin pinned him, excuse me. He hasn't been pinned until today, since he's been the Universal Champion since. So I don't think they want to point out any weakness in Roman until they got to the point where they could have somebody pin him, right? And they did that today. Jay got the best of him. What I think they should do, and this is just me extrapolating on the point, I guess, but Corbin should go out there and go, stay within his cocky, piece of shit character that he is, but be like, I beat him, so what? And have Jay and Baron have a kind of like a side thing coming up, in the next couple of weeks. I know they're on opposite brands, and that's fine. Because Corbin's on NXT still, but you can build towards something at SummerSlam. Corbin, if I remember right, he was actually pretty popular in Detroit. So I'm okay with them, doing something. Maybe Baron and fill in the teammate here against the Usos at SummerSlam, because you don't want to have Roman against the Usos unless it's going to be one-on-one with Jay at SummerSlam. You don't want that. So maybe that's where they're going. But why they haven't mentioned it before? To keep Roman in God mode in everybody's eyes and in the forefront of their brain. And it's awesome to see him back, and I will gladly take the credit for that and pass the baton.
Yeah. There you go. Josh, now that you know what we're actually talking about, do you have a comment?
So, I'm the first to admit that before SummerSlam last year, I couldn't give a flying fuck if Baron Corbin was future endeavored and went to some indie promotion.
Right.
Baron Corbin proved himself in a match last SummerSlam. Then he floundered for a good while. Son of a bitch proved himself again to me this past Tuesday. I legit thought he was going to win. And fuck it, I am sorry to the wrestling club, but I thought Baron Corbin should have beat Carmelo Hayes.
No, I agree.
Why haven't they pushed him? Why haven't they pushed the fact that he's the last person to pin Roman before tonight? Because at the end of the day, Baron Corbin really isn't that much of a serious threat.
But
he lost his money in the bank cash-in.
But if you push the fact that the last person to pin the man in God mode was Baron Corbin, he becomes a bigger threat.
Well, again, that's before he was in God mode.
I was going to say, that was the point.
It doesn't. You can say, he was the last person to pin Roman, but that was before Roman took time off with Mania and everything before he came back as a heel with, Paul Heyman. Slimy little walrus that he is. But I don't see Baron Corbin as a threat to anything. The man lost to Jinder Mahal, the worst WWE champion of all time, and that includes Vincent Kennedy fucking McMahon.
Yeah. Vince did Drew more. To be fair.
Yeah. So, look, I have the boss, the West Coast professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham, acknowledging me right now.
I actually have my hand up, not acknowledging you.
Yeah.
Got your fucking
I thought you were acknowledging me. Oopsies.
No. I'm questioning your statement.
Which statement?
Let me count the ways. Okay. First of all, he lost to Jinder because of John Cena.
Thank you, John Cena.
Well, no, I'll agree with that part. Although, that started down the path of losing the Lone Wolf, so, maybe not in that case. a worse champion than Vince McMahon? Are you talking about as WWE champion or ECW champion? Oh, WWE champion. Okay. So in the 6 days that Vince was WWF champion, really, 4 because of TV, but we'll call it 6 for my own purpose. He came to TV.
Yeah.
Booked the six-pack, booked Hunter in the six-pack challenge to get him back in the match. Got control of his company back, and managed to keep the storylines going. So saying that Vince was a bad WWF champion is like saying that Vince Russo was a bad WCW champion. Well, no fucking kidding. So let's say Jinder Mahal was a worse WWE champion than Stan Stasiak, than Bob Backlund, 1994. And even then, Backlund did his friggin' job. He transitioned from Brett to Diesel, which is what we needed to do. And I also am, I'm on the wagon of Jinder Mahal was a completely unnecessary WWE champion. And of the 3 people in 3-man band, the wrong guy was the world champion first, without a fucking doubt, right?
He should have been world champion before Jinder.
He should have been the 24/7 champion before Jinder was WWE champion. And yes, I know the timing's different. I said what I said.
Amen. Stop him when he's telling lies.
Can we not use everybody's catchphrase and just use our own shit? Thank you. Appreciate that. Now,
yeah.
That one's okay because I like Sean.
It's Punk's catchphrase.
I said what I said. Thank you. Anyway, yeah. Corbin losing to Jinder Mahal because of a bogus, a botched catching because of John Cena does not make or break this character. Corbin being a viable threat to Roman when he pinned him at the end of 2019. Am I right on my dating there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is different than had Roman beat him after SummerSlam 2020. Nobody beat that dude till today. That's the difference.
Yep.
So if we're gonna start throwing out he's not a viable threat, no, he's not a viable threat based on the way both of them have been booked. If Roman's booking had continued the way it was in 2019, first of all, we're going to have this conversation about Roman Reigns because he wouldn't have got where he got. Mm-hmm. But it's comparing Roman and Baron Corbin in the end of 2019 to Roman Reigns as the champion right now, having just lost by a pinfall, and Baron Corbin not even being on the goddamn show today, is comparing apples to freaking, cherry tomatoes. It's different, totally different species of plant.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Fair enough.
Okay,
but I don't see Corbin as a viable threat in general, even though I think he should have beat Carmelo.
Now,
pretty much.
JJ, I know you're doing your thing off screen. I think that's the way we get back to a topic we had, whatever it was, a couple weeks ago. How do you get the NXT championship on SummerSlam? Have Baron Corbin beat Carmelo and have Carmelo challenge him in Detroit. That's how you do it right there.
Yeah, he should have.
He should have.
Yeah, he should have.
It would have been the same. Yeah. It would have been the same basic rub as Ziggler. They tried to do with Ziggler and Braun Breaker. It didn't work as effectively, except for Drew. Fucking Ziggler was over like Rover for the first time in 500 years at that point. But having Corbin walk into that stadium with a championship, if we're being honest, the top championship of a brand, even though it's developmental again, it would have been so good for everybody. But again, hindsight booking is very easy. I always say wrestling is easy to book, hard to finance. Hindsight booking is even fucking easier.
There are no lies detected.
On with the show.
James?
Yeah, I mean, I said back when he was in NXT, No One Eyes NXT, the first time, Corbin was used the best. And he hadn't even begun to scratch the fucking surface there. And they called him up way too soon anyway. And he then literally just started finding his footing when they called him up because Vince really wanted his big guys. They filled that role that Corbin left for a while. Like, they had a couple guys that could fill that dominant guy role. But it really should have been Corbin because Corbin was a different cat. the lone wolf gimmick that he had was actually great. And I maintain that to this day. Had he freaking stayed in NXT for like 2 years longer, he would have been a world champion. He was great, man. He was a heat magnet beyond belief. Like Noah and I and Noah, you can recall this if I'm incorrect here, but I always go back, and funny enough, we're going to be doing a retro on this on Wrestling Fortune 44, so subscribe. I always go back to NXT TakeOver London when he fought Apollo Crews. And how he's trash talking, getting the heat, wrestling the big style while Apollo's got his athletic boots on and they're working a good match. And you would have, and everybody said that this match is going to suck. Everybody said this match is going to suck. It turned out to be one of the better matches on the show. And that could have been on any takeover, you know? And I think a lot of people, you know, they didn't see what Noah and I saw with this guy. And Vince was one of them. And Vince kind of just saw that he was a big guy and that he could trash talk. And then they just overexposed him and then didn't want to go full tilt with him and then backpedaled on him and fucked around with him a lot. And now, you know, he became King Corbin and Constable Corbin, and I'm the freaking waiter at Applebee's Corbin, like, and all this other shit. And I'm just like, bro, like, what the hell happened to my boy? So when I saw him coming out to the Lone Wolf thing, the first thing I did was tag one of my friends that, like, was huge into Baron Corbin's Lone Wolf gimmick, my friend Colin, who I used to do my Pro Wrestling Roundtable with, not to be confused with Jeff Chadwick's. He always loved Baron Corbin. He was a super mark for him, so I said, he's back, and he immediately liked it. So, yeah, man. I mean, I think this was the right move. I think he should just stick with this for the rest of his career. The gimmick works. There's been enough time where even though there's been a lot of damage to him, he could actually use this now to rebuild him after the match he had with Carmelo. So I'd actually keep up with this trend. Hell, turn him babyface at this point for all I give a shit. He'd be great as a babyface. So there you go. That's my thoughts on it. Good
All
for
right.
Corbin.
Noah?
Yeah, go to XT and try and reset yourself. See what happens.
Hey, simple and clean. By the simple man.
Well, yeah, but he's right, though. We've seen quite a few of the quote-unquote main roster guys and gals, you know, look at Mandy Rose's career renaissance before she got pinged. I mean, geez, you know, she was doing absolute, well, not absolute fuck all because she was apparently going for the fuck all part of her career, but she was doing absolutely nothing on the main roster except team with Dana Brooke, which was career suicide. So she goes back to NXT and she has a freaking stable built around her, and they get JJ completely on his NXT bandwagon because of Toxic Attraction. You know, Ziggler goes down, has another not world title, but another heavyweight championship reign. You know, it's not inconceivable that Baron Corbin can have another career renaissance going back down to NXT.
Toxic Attraction making JJ an NXT 2.0 fan. That explains a lot.
Hey, you know what though?
Says the guy who drools over Kelly Kelly.
Well, I drool over Natalia Markova, so I can't really speak.
I don't deny this.
There's a big difference between Natalia Markova and Kelly Kelly also.
That is true, because Natalia Markova can actually work.
Shit.
Sorry.
They're not.
No lies detected.
Kelly Kelly, so blonde they had to say her name twice so she'd respond.
Shit.
Kelly. Oh, yeah? Kelly?
Holla.
Hey, Barbie Blank is her real name. Just, you know, yeah.
I was going to say, her real name is Barbie.
Wait, is it actually Barbie?
Well,
yes,
Barbie.
her real name is Barbie Blank.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I always thought that was a stage name.
No, that is not a stage
name. It should be, my God.
By the way, I always thought Barbie Blank was a better name than Kelly Kelly, just saying.
No, it is, absolutely. But again, it's not Vince's name, so he couldn't trademark it for himself. By the way, James, speaking of Natalia Markova, hang on a second.
Oh, I saw.
Oh,
If it's a
God.
picture,
Yeah, I
yes.
sent that to him already.
Ooh, Twitter! Yay, Twitter!
I love Twitter. Twitter is
Yes,
great.
yes.
Twitter is a great place.
Twitter's a beautiful,
All right.
beautiful platform. Anyway, yes.
Moving right along.
Are we done? I just went to mass tonight, for goodness sakes.
We are going to take a small 40-second commercial break in between topics.
Yes.
These are all the upcoming specials that'll be airing throughout the coming months on Open Mic Night.
Yeah.
I just heard the burp right before Lord Derry. I almost lost it.
Apparently that was Meacham. At least we appreciate the fact that he called himself out for that.
I honestly thought we were at commercial already. That's why I let it fly. Sorry about that.
It was beautiful, though.
Hey, you know what?
It happened during the commercial, Jeff. You were fine. You thought you were muted, and then it wasn't. It was fine.
It happened right at the commercial start.
Yeah.
Honey Jack and Coke is very tasty, but not always good for the bubbles. So there you go.
Good.
Anyway,
A little bit of the bubbly.
I wish, dude.
All right.
New Year's Eve.
So the next topic for the evening. First, there was an article that I saw. I forget exactly where it was posted. Forgive me. There's been so much crap going on this week.
Yes.
For me to have, I thought I saved my source, but I ended up not. But there was an article I saw this week about how WWE doesn't want to turn Bianca heel. They're weary of turning her heels. Pretty much all the reasons I've been saying as to why they won't turn her heel were the reasons listed in the article.
Yep.
And then last night on SmackDown, Bianca definitely showed a few heelish tendencies when she got in there and attacked Charlotte and Asuka. So the $1 million question on everyone's minds is the Bianca heel turn imminent? Or was it just a matter of Charlotte hit her, so she attacked Asuka to get Charlotte disqualified, and then proceeded to beat the shit out of Charlotte?
The second one.
You know, they could very easily play this up either way. Let me just say, I am beyond freaking ecstatic that the rumor that I read about them wanting to insert Charlotte in the female Money in the Bank match today didn't happen, because I would have beyond lost my shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, James, will go to you first this time.
Do
you see the heel turn being imminent, or was it just a matter of directly or indirectly, Charlotte hit first, Bianca retaliated?
Yeah, it's the second option. I think it's again, they do this a lot. They did it with Cena. Like, if somebody hit him, he would retaliate by getting them DQ'd. So is it heelish? Maybe, but it's also like justified because the heel hit him. I don't see it being like, okay, she's turning heel. And I know Charlotte's a face, but let's be real, people. She's a tweener in the eyes of the fans. She's the real freaking Cena of the women's division, getting mixed reactions. Bianca's not that far behind, but not nearly as much as Charlotte.
See, I question that. I think Charlotte is full-blown heel.
She acts like it, but then she also does baby faces stuff. I don't know. Whatever.
Like what? What is she doing that's been baby facey?
I was
I
going to
don't
say, ever since she came back this last time, she has done nothing babyface, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
The line starts
Dana
and
Brooke?
ends with me
Not
is
Dana
not
Brooke.
something a babyface says.
Lacey Evans.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Lacey's such a polarizing thing right now. Anyway, everybody hates her, including Sergeant Slaughter. So
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those situations though where they're not going to turn her freaking heel. It's a justifiable means. At the very least, they'll go tweener for a little bit, but I don't see her going full blown heel. There's too much goodwill that she's built up with Make-A-Wish and all these other places that she has, like, you know, good guy stock in, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So I think she's gonna stay the course of being a goody two shoes, which is fine. I think a lot of people give Bianca a lot of crap for not switching it up, and it was the same stuff we saw with Cena. But in reality, it's like you don't need to switch people. Like Rey Mysterio, they wanted him to go heel, and they booed him because he was a Daniel Bryan. And how do you turn a guy like that freaking heel? You just don't. WCW tried and it failed miserably because they still cheered him because he had the hot one. So, it just doesn't work. Like just let her stay, baby. She's good for not only the PR but just for the business. There's a lot more benefit for a good guy than a bad guy. That's why she's been a good guy for the longest time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can be a baby face and still have an edge.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what Bianca needs to do, is put a little bit more edge in her gimmick without going complete heel.
Yeah.
Noah, what say you? I know you're a big proponent of the women's division, even as non-existent as it may be in WWE a lot of the times.
There's no bigger heel than Charlotte Flair. She's always heel. Her gimmick is she always needs to be champion. Heels always do whatever they need to be in the championship picture. It's just inevitable before Belair versus Flair happens. Belair is always going to be that tweener because she's got the market appeal. She's got the endorsement by the kids, blah, blah, blah. Oscar's just the fall person waiting to happen. The fact they didn't let Charlotte Flair have the title on Friday tells me you're going to a triple threat at SummerSlam.
Yeah. Which
is exactly what Matthew said there in the chat.
I mean, if I was watching the company, I wouldn't fucking be complaining. That sounds like a hell of a match. So, this is me. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Anybody else want to go?
Go ahead, Josh. And then we'll go to Jeff to round it out as the other big proponent of women's wrestling.
So here's the thing. And look at my eyes when I tell you this, people. You put Charlotte Flair through an announce table, you're not a heel. You're the baby face. All day, every day. Period. Yeah.
Yeah. Dummy. Yeah.
Kind of like what I said on Simply Predicting, as far as if Shayna turned on Ronda, Shayna would be a babyface because Ronda is so hated right now.
And Shayna is the babyface. Now, again, not every time someone turns on someone, they're automatic, even if they're a heel face, is it, the person who turns is always the heel. No. Big Show, when he knocked out Miz in 2010, you weren't turning Miz face, then at least. But, so Shayna being babyface, good. Asuka, Bianca, Charlotte, honestly, they're all pretty much tweeners right now. Because Asuka's heel turn hasn't really worked. People still love her like crazy. And I don't blame them. I love Asuka. Charlotte's still technically babyface. She hasn't done a heel thing because Asuka was heel when Charlotte came out to challenge her using her I'm Charlotte Flair card. So, And Bianca, with what she was doing, attacking Asuka and Charlotte. Yeah, yes, I know, James.
Yeah.
But I feel like they're all pretty much tweeners at this point.
Yeah.
You can go either way, which I think is probably a good way to do it when we get that triple threat. And please, for the love of goodness sakes, Vince, do not put your grubby little hands anywhere near that triple threat match and put the title back on Charlotte. No, don't you dare, bad Vinnie Mac.
It's going to happen now. You
And
put
Grant.
that in the ether.
Shut it, James.
I'm sorry. Continue.
I mean, I put two things out into the ether that happened today, so, kind of is what it is. We know they watch the channels.
Hey, I didn't get my Balor's World Champion tonight, so I'm still sad.
And you weren't going to.
Yeah, why would?
Yeah. Why would you hold on to that bitch? It ain't gonna happen today. Why would you hold on to that shit?
It's been a month since Rollins got the belt, so
seriously.
What do you mean?
This isn't Impact Wrestling and Steve Macklin. Oh wait.
Hey, you
Did
know
I say
what?
that out loud? I'm sorry.
I
Or
still
the
popped
Attitude
for that.
Era?
Okay, it's okay. Well, the Attitude Era, yeah.
Oh boy. Okay.
That's a fair point.
But I
Although
mean,
everybody was
it's-
over. So
I understand the logic and why everybody wants Bianca as heel.
yeah.
I do get it. It's the same logic that I had when I wanted Cena to go heel. But again, I've been saying it ever since I got back into this, and I know it's annoyed a few people with as much as I've said it. Got to look at it from the business aspect. Bianca, as a face, is best for business, especially with their fledgling women's division.
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte Flair, on the other side of the fucking globe from wherever the WWE Women's Championships are what's best for business.
Yep.
Charlotte Flair, seriously, and I'm not just saying this to hate people, Charlotte Flair needs to not touch a women's championship for at least the next year and a half.
Yep.
Let her win Money in the Bank next year. Because that's something she's never done either. That at least keeps her out of the picture for a year. And then let her hold it for another 6 months till she cashes it in. Let her cash it in on Mania and pull a Seth Rollins.
Heist of the Century with Charlotte.
Yeah, especially if they do 41 in London, the Queen reascending her throne in London, England.
Oh, blasphemy in London. Oh, shit.
Just saying.
I mean, yeah.
Just saying.
That's heat.
JJ!
It
like
would
heat.
work.
I like the heat.
And I'm not a Charlotte fan, but tell me that wouldn't work. And people would actually buy it and care again because she wouldn't have touched the title for a year and a half.
That and they would
I'm
still
gonna mute the rabid dog while he's frothing the mouth over there. Don't mind him. Jesus Christ.
I was gonna say
scaring the small children that might actually be watching this show. And if you're small children, please don't watch this show. It ain't rated TV PG. No.
Yeah, it's a TVMA.
Yeah,
In other words, viewers, have your pets spayed and neutered, and most black women apparently are bitches before the Brandy Road.
But I mean, on a serious tip, but you can make Bianca a little bit edgier and still keep the good girl image about her.
Yep.
Jeff, bring us home on this one, good sir.
So if I remember right, when the three of them were not three of them because it was Rhea, not Asuka. But when Charlotte was in NXT and Bianca was, you don't even go here on that shit, which was funnier and shit to this day.
I love that.
So good. Bianca was a heel at that point in NXT, yes?
Yes.
So it works because people were still all up. They were loving that about her, that she was technically a heel, but she wasn't wrong. It's like, what the fuck are you even doing here, Charlotte? Like, stop. Now,
she's a good bad bitch who stands up for herself. Everybody likes that.
She is a wonderful performer, but yeah, as long as she is the type of personality that's going to attract a broader audience, they're not going to turn her heel. It's just not going to, at least not pull the trigger all the way against the click of the gun. They might edge it. They might tease that they're going to fire the bullet, but they're not going to actually pull that trigger the whole way through.
Yeah,
Now,
they might cock the hammer.
Thank you, cock the hammer. Thank you. Sorry, Anyway, I'll say this though about Charlotte, and no, keep her away from the championship. We're all talking about her. Still, even now, you may hate her, but we're still talking about her. What do I always tell you, JJ? That I tell the kids about if you want something to go away. What do? Do you keep talking about it? You keep addressing it, or do you ignore the shit out of it?
Ignore it.
Now, we tell the WWE universe the same thing. Oh, I'm not going to watch it. No, you are. You're going to keep watching, and you're going to keep doing it because you're still going to pick up your W little hand on remote control, and you're going to turn on Raw. You're going to turn on SmackDown. If you don't want them to do something or stop doing something, stop giving them fucking money.
Or you're going to pick this up and tweet about how much you don't like her, how much you wish she would go away.
Yep.
And they're going to see it and be like, we got him.
Yeah, because we're doing exactly what they, meaning Vince, Hunter, everybody else. Yes, even Hunter is part of that because we all know that Hunter will forever, and Lord forgive me for talking bad against the wrestling gods, Hunter will forever swing from the Nate sack. Woo! Which means he will also, praise the daughter. Always.
I did not need that image in my head.
You need to stop an image in your head so fast there. That's your
the
problem.
Charlotte fly trap.
Ah!
I was going through my files, JJ, and trying to get rid of stuff, and I found the exploding vagina WWE logo. Now you're talking about Charlotte being a fly trap. I don't talk about images in his head. God damn it.
Yeah, dude. Why? Why you gotta do that?
And Noah's got the glasses.
Noah's had the glasses on this whole segment. Now, the bottom line with the women's championships, plural, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, Stephanie's sitting home like a good, intelligent person, staying the fuck out of this mess.
Right.
Raising the girls and just staying out of shit. That's the best thing she can do for her goddamn sanity right now. Like, seriously.
It's taken down again.
Which, by the way, quick diversion, Emmanuel, we did see your final super chat come through right as we went off the air earlier. Noah has not done his performance yet, so let Arlene know that it is still coming. Yes. Continue, Jeff.
We have the Women's World Championship, which the champion didn't wrestle today, but my goodness, was mommy out there looking good in purple and black, making me want to be a Kings fan all over again, even though it's off season. Then you had, Bianca last night, or excuse me, Asuka's the champion. See, that's a freaking out of it I am. Asuka last night on SmackDown get involved in her match with Charlotte, and then Bianca got involved in that. So the women's championships are still being put out there, just not, the way that we, the five of us in this room, necessarily want it to be done, right? But it doesn't mean that the rest of the audience is as pissed off. Are they pissed off about, Charlotte being back in the picture? Absolutely. And WWE knows that, which is why they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Bianca's heel turn is not going to happen unless it flows naturally, organically within the context of the storyline the story they're trying to tell. It seems to me they're trying to get to a triple threat at SummerSlam, right? The last time we had a champion that was, even a contender in the championship match that was torn between the championship and a friendship was when Carmella was defending against Charlotte and Becky. And out of that SummerSlam match came the emergence of the Man. So don't be surprised if Charlotte does indeed win the championship back at SummerSlam and Bianca goes, you know what? Fuck this. And lays her out and goes back to Tez and goes, all right, they fucked around. Let them find out.
Yeah, I want that. That's I figured you were probably going to go that route. That's why I didn't say that. But yeah, absolutely. That's what needs to happen. And Bianca will probably go, because even though Becky, after that, was technically a heel, hell no, she wasn't new to those fans. They cheered the hell out of her for that. Just like when Bianca does it does that to Charlotte, she'll get cheered the hell out of her for that. She'll be an anti-hero maybe, but in like Becky and Stone Cold, but yeah, I'm all here for it. If it makes Bianca even more of an absolute total badass, I'm here for it. Yeah, because at the end of the day, if she is going to beat the Queen, Charlotte Flair, when it comes to final boss for the men was always Hunter, Cena, or Taker. For the women, right now, it is Charlotte Flair. She is the final boss.
Whether anybody in this room except me likes it or not.
Exactly, and I don't. But Charlotte is the final boss. If Bianca is going to beat Charlotte Flair, she needs to be more badass. That's the only way she's gonna do it. Because the only other person who's really believable to be able to beat Charlotte is Ronda or Shayna. Pretty much.
And they're a little busy at the moment after today.
Yes, fight pit. Thank you, Shayna. Thank you, Shayna.
Joshua.
I'm stopping, yes.
Thank you.
Bianca, become that bitch.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree too, honestly.
All right. Good talk, everybody. Going to take another quick 40-second commercial break. And we'll be back after you take a look at all the stuff that's coming up this month in the newly launched, as of midnight today, members only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel.
Woo.
There we go. As I said before the trailer ran there, that went live today at midnight, officially. Prior to, there'd been some stuff that had kind of gone in there. Me and Noah's call of not Noah's NXT, but my NXT, damn it, Battleground went in there. Me and Noah calling the 6-man tag from Rampage that featured Aubrey Edwards and Karen Jarrett on opposite sides. There's been a little bit of stuff to kind of trickle in there, but Capital Punishment, my take and review on that went live today. So for the 7 people that currently subscribe, including Josh, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you, get in there, get subscribed. Daniel's a subscriber. I hope you checked out that video today, Daniel, or you're going to check it out here the next couple of days. And then beginning this Thursday, the NXT content of the Black and Gold NXT, Noah's NXT, begins to go live in there.
There you go.
Do it.
Do it.
Yes.
Do it now. I see James still hasn't seen the image that I sent him, so.
That's okay.
Which image? Which image?
Check your DMs, brother.
Okay, I'm checking them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, checking.
So now we're going to transition over to some AEW talk for a little bit. And we're going to talk about last week's Forbidden Door pay-per-view.
Thank you, by the way.
No problem. Thought you'd enjoy seeing that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. What are y'all doing?
Oh,
I sent him a picture of Mommy from earlier.
Oh, yes. Yes. Mommy was taking
So
the
he
twins out
didn't
for a
know
walk
what he
today.
missed out on.
Yeah.
Was
But,
it from during the show?
Yes.
Doesn't matter.
So
Oh, boy.
going back to AEW, since we got a little sidetracked there,
AEW.
there's 2 matches in particular that I feel that we need to get into.
Yes.
And we'll go one at a time take a little intermission in between both of them, but definitely the first one that I want to talk about is an interesting one because I've heard both sides of this debate, and I believe both sides of this debate exist within the room here. Ospreay versus Omega. Match of the year candidate or incredibly overrated? Like I said, I've heard both sides.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Noah start this one because I feel like this is the one topic we're going to discuss that Noah's going to be the most passionate about, as tired as he is.
Wrestling is always subjective. I've looked at over 40 different wrestling events this year so far, and I've looked at 5 alone this last month across 4 different companies. What that match showed to me, told me, explained to me, and invested me in is the reason why I'm a fan of the first place of this damn business. Controversy abound from even the higher ups. You saw the wills tested. You saw the bodies absolutely go through physical hell and punishment. You saw the mentalities tested. There's a reason why Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay are echoed as 2 of the greatest going in the sport today. Again, wrestling is subjective. What you may deem overrated might be deemed as a masterpiece to some. What you may deem as a classic may be deemed as an original that you could see on a weekly basis through other fronts. Wrestling is subjective. There is no right or wrong answer. There's just everybody's own answer. There are those that are foolish. There are those that are constructive and highly opinionated. And then there are those that just shut people down by simply calling them a mark and prove how unintelligent they are. That being said, for me, this was truly one of my favorite matches this year, this decade, my life fandom of this business. And I will leave it at that.
Fair enough.
What he said.
There you go.
All right. That James and Noah then.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, and again, I'm gonna guess you're gonna make the main event as well. And if I'm wrong, let me know now, and I'll go ahead and make my point a different way. How about that?
What's that?
I said if you're gonna talk about the main event as the other match, I'll if you're not going to, I'll make my point a different way.
No, the main event is the other match.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I think this event showed, or these 2 matches showed, exactly how, as Noah said, how subjective watching wrestling can be.
Yep.
I say that for a very simple reason, and I'm going to put way too much emphasis on Dave here, so forgive me in advance, because I know we're not all big fans of Dave Meltzer here, or for the most part. Any other point in time, I think the ratings for him are switched. Because Okada and Danielson was a technical masterpiece. And Ospreay and Omega was just what it was. It was everything. You had technicalities and technical stuff in there, but at the end of the day, Ospreay fucking bludgeoned Kenny. He really did, right? He still gave that match 4 3/4, if I remember reading it right. Or maybe it was the other way around. Whatever one it was, like the way the ratings fell surprised me. Yeah, he gave Ospreay and I'm gonna look now because it's gonna bug me otherwise. There we go. Oh, I had it queued up. Look at me. I smart my damn self. Didn't even mean to. Okay, yeah, he gave Ospreay and Kenny the 6 stars, which is what surprised me. Any other time in his fandom, because that's what it is. It's a fandom. He's not an expert. He's not some freaking high-rated journalist. He's a fucking fan that got put over by Bret Hart, and that's why he has any credibility. he gave the bludgeoning 6 stars and gave what was a technical by God masterpiece, especially with Bryan's arm hanging out of its goddamn socket the last 10 minutes of the match. Less stars than Kenny and Will. And I will say that is heavily due to his association with and fandom of the Elite.
Yep.
Stand by it, and I mean it. That's exactly why that happened. In my opinion, his opinion was swayed by his friendship with people. But that just shows, again, how subjective the business is. He gave the let's see, make sure I got this right. He gave the 10-man tag with the Elite in it the same rating as the Okada Danielson match, which, if you're any sort of objective, which Dave's not, none of us are objective when it comes to our taste in wrestling. That's why it's subjective. That's why the fucking tag on Dad says subjective.
Right.
But there's no way from a technical standpoint you can tell me that 10-man tag and the main event are both 4 3/4 star matches. We're fucking ridiculous, which just proves the point we've all been trying to make within No DQ, on the review, on this show, any of our shows, that Meltzer is not a technical expert. He's a goddamn mark for himself and his own rating system. As far as the matches themselves go, I said it during the watch along. I said it on the review, I think, when I was on Tuesday. 4 of the best wrestlers on this planet, showing why they are 4 of the best wrestlers on this damn planet. And why they have been for a while. And why I feel that I'll even go back as far as JJ during yours and my friendship, which is getting close to that number 20 mark here before too long.
Yep, another 2 years.
The 2 years. Those 4 and the 3 men involved in the unbreakable triple threat that it was a 5-star classic itself. Daniels, Styles, and Joe. You put those 7 people against any 7 of the top-rated wrestlers in the history of the business, I will go on a debate and fight to the death. Because those guys are another level. Now, okay, Shawn Michaels is in that conversation. But Shawn's best work was in our friendship time as well. So he would be in the top 10 for me. Shawn pre-2002, unbelievable in the ring. But coming back with a clearer head made him better.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hogan match at SummerSlam notwithstanding.
Well, yeah.
Well, but you know
Even
what?
that was entertaining.
Hogan deserved that.
Okay, that was entertaining, yes, but neither one of them was being a grown up about that.
That was 96 Shawn Michaels in the ring.
Yeah, that was 97 Shawn Michaels telling 97 Hulk Hogan, "Fuck you with your ego," and 97 Hogan going, "Okay, doesn't work for me, brother."
Yeah. That was 97 Shawn Michaels telling Bash at the Beach 2000 Hogan.
Yeah. Didn't work for you? Tough. I'll work it for my damn self then. That works for me just fine.
But
anyway, but yeah, those two matches, again, Noah put it perfectly. Those are why the AEW fandom is more of a professional wrestling fandom. And why the WWE universe, for the most part, is a sports entertainment fandom. If we're going to define them as such, and I've said forever that if you became a fan after Hulk Hogan became WWE champion the first time, you're a sports entertainment fan whether you like it or not. But those 2 matches,
Hulk Hogan didn't do anything for professional wrestling, right, Meacham?
Yeah.
Right, 100%. You know what to do. Anyway, sorry, I had to make that. Okay. I was so mesmerized by both those matches when I watched them back Sunday.
Okay, let's try to keep on the one match right now.
Right. So Brian and so Kenny and Will, I had been looking forward to seeing that match because I hadn't been able to watch a Will Ospreay match the entire way through in real time. Still haven't got to because I watched it the next day. But it was a good example of both for me, storytelling and wrestling. because this has been building since Wrestle Kingdom, when Kenny beat the living dog shit out of him. Ospreay owed Kenny Omega a receipt, and he gave it to him with change. CVS receipt.
True that. Yeah, no CVS receipts. They're killing like 15 trees.
Yeah,
For real though.
And again, the only thing I have a problem with was Don and the screwdriver being a factor. Because is Don really going to go to New Japan now and be with Will full time? No, he's going to be involved with a thing with Kenny here in North America. So I didn't see a need to get Don involved. I love Don, and people are going to hate on me for loving Don, but whatever, I don't give a shit. But I think that was unnecessary in the context of the story going forward.
Yeah, maybe.
If it was contained therein, and we don't have the U.S. Championship involved in it, okay. Don get involved, fine. He's helping get his own revenge on Kenny while helping Will get his. But the championship changing hands changes the dynamic of that story for me. Yes.
What if we get part 3 at All In Wembley?
Then I'm okay with it.
Then what do you feel about Don's involvement?
I'm okay with Don being involved.
I was going to say, do you become a little bit more okay with it because
I do.
They run it back in another AEW scenario?
Yep. Run it back there and just have Kenny freaking V-trigger Don's fucking head off and kick it so hard the head flies back to North America from Wembley.
I do want to point out as well, though, Jeff, that we do got to keep in mind Don Callis was at Wrestle Kingdom for the first match.
I understand that.
I wouldn't put it past him to be in a New Japan role.
Well, no, but again, JJ makes a great point. All In is so close that I think they'll do exactly that.
Yeah.
Maybe not run it back, but have Don if Don's involved with anything regarding Kenny at All In, then I'm okay with Don being involved here because it continues AEW's story. If I knew for a fact Don was going to stay with Will in New Japan, I'd even be okay with that. But he's not going to. So it really depends how the next, whatever it is, 8-9 weeks of storytelling are unfold here for us.
I definitely feel like the Don Callis Kenny Omega story is far from over.
Oh yeah.
This is akin to Paul Bearer turning on Undertaker that first time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's going to be a lot to develop out of this. It's just a matter of picking your points for the next chapter in the story. And you don't want everything to happen on Dynamite or Rampage.
No.
So you've gotta build, promos, whatever.
Right. It also seemed to me, Jay, that Will completely pivoted away from Kenny at the press conference, if you notice that. He mentioned it, and he was talking about the match, but he was already challenging other people. So maybe I'm just too much in my head about Will and Kenny still being involved.
Maybe. I mean, Will has also made it known, and maybe he's just working everybody, that he really doesn't want to do a whole lot stateside.
No, and he
so doesn't. So maybe he's trying to pivot just because he doesn't want to make some kind of off-the-cuff commitment until he knows for a fact he's got something locked up over here.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Which, and like, how you don't use Will Ospreay at Wembley Stadium is beyond me. Even though it's not a stateside match, it's still AEW going into that neck of the woods.
Right.
And even if they run it back at All Out the following week, like, I don't see how you don't capitalize on this because fans are very divided about this match.
Absolutely.
You know, James or Josh, either one of you want to say anything about this before I go? Go ahead, James.
As I said, I think, I did agree with Noah, but to add more context to it, I think you gotta look at it from two perspectives, which, by the way, both Dave and Corny Boy both failed to do. You're both just as bad as the fucking other. Just saying. So, you got your pro wrestling like masterclass of both matches, You know, you got your pro wrestling masterclass in Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay. You had your technical wrestling match in Danielson and Okada, right? I always say, like, whatever they're excelling at and whatever story they're telling in the ring, if the crowd is into it, which they were for both matches, by the way, deserves the fucking high ranking. These matches deserve the high ranking. And I think the 6-star thing is so bullshit. I thought it was bullshit back when he was starting to do it then. I think it's bullshit now. I always say stick with the 5. If it's 5, it's 5, right? There you go. That way you're not freaking disparaging anybody. Like, you know, what should have happened in the first place, Dave. Sorry.
But again, it's his views, and only he gives a shit about it, and he thinks.
Yeah, but
and you know what? To be fair, the same point I made about Charlotte, we're still talking about it.
No, and I get that, but the reason why people used to talk about it was because they used to have some credibility and credence to some extent, even though he still had a hard-on for not giving WWE like the 5 stars when they should have, by the way. Shawn Michaels, Kurt Angle, ring any fucking bells. But, you know, I'm putting that out there because it's like, okay, you need to have some credibility if you have that big of a freaking audience with it. You can't go willy-nilly. I think a lot of people is like, well, it's his views. It's just like, dude, that's a fucking cop-out. Like, if I had the same audience as Dave, I'm doing everything in my power to be as fair as humanly possible to every company. I'm not doing this bullshit where I'm like, okay, I'm going to cherry pick and choose which match is 5 stars and which one isn't 5 stars. You know? Because then it's just not fun. Now, granted, if you have a certain criteria or whatever, that's one thing. But it's like, there's certain criteria is if it ain't in the Tokyo Dome, it ain't 5 stars. If it ain't the Elite, it ain't 5 stars. And that to me is clear fucking biased favoritism. It's bullshit. I mean, come on. Like, am I born yesterday? I mean, I know I'm autistic and shit, but come on now.
No. I think that JJ was trying to, was by asking about the match itself, and we kind of, I put us on the Dave tangent. That's my fault.
Yeah.
But was the match for you as a fan overrated or perfectly justified in how high it was rated?
Justified. Okay. Perfectly justified. This time, even though I would have rated it just 5. But it was perfectly justified. I get why. I get it. Match was awesome.
Josh?
Star ratings are overrated.
Don't care. I could care less about the match.
Okay. Noah, I understand because he's no, now you're muted, so we can't hear you.
I have no opinion on it.
Okay. All right.
Nice job, young boy. I expected better from you.
Seriously, dude.
No, at least I didn't have to say it.
I don't care about.
If you're going to be a Noah fanboy, at least extrapolate a little bit better.
Sorry.
Okay.
I really could care less about that match. I would say overrated just because.
Right. Okay.
Not my thing.
All right. There you go.
Like, I saw some of the highlights and the kick out one of the one-winged angel. Like, no, that's not me. But that's just me.
To be fair, because that's a lot. I will say, because I do feel like I need to defend that a little bit, because fair enough, you probably don't know this story. Wasn't necessarily the fact that it was the one-winged angel he kicked out of at one. It was the move prior that he kicked out of.
Right.
It was the Kamagoye knee, which I don't know if you've ever seen Kota Ibushi, but that that's his old tag team partner, correct?
The only times I've ever seen any New Japan stuff was the matches that Jeff sent me from Jericho.
No, okay. I'm not saying that you've seen. I'm asking, do you know that Kenny Omega and Kota Ibushi used to be tag team partners? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. Kenny Omega used to be with Kota Ibushi. They basically played off their bisexual relations, right? And they were called the Golden Lovers, and they broke up fully as a tag team and as a relationship. And anytime anybody busts that out, Kenny Omega loses it and kicks out at 1. It happened during the tag match that happened at Revolution in 2020 with Hangman, Omega, and the Bucks. That's what he actually kicked out of.
Right.
If you don't know that, to be fair, I could see where you're just like, oh, he kicked out of one of his own fucking finish. It's bullshit.
And
I get that. So.
And see, James, that's where, again, God help me, between ragging on Hunter and siding with Meltzer to a point, this is where Aaron and Virtue's points come in as ringing true. AEW just seems to assume that we know the backstories.
Right.
I didn't even know I didn't know about what you just said until you said it right now. And I've been following the match storylines for a month or whatever it was for the build-up for this. I had no idea it was connected to Ibushi. Not a friggin' clue. Because I don't actively go out and watch New Japan every week, and that's my choice. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. It's just what I am saying is that AEW is incorrect in assuming their audience's ignorance or lack there or knowledge. That's where Aaron and Virtue's bitch about, there's no story to this, so why do I care? There is a story. We just haven't been made fully aware of it. And these hype packages that they do for 90 seconds with, Excalibur talking at 300 miles an hour doesn't help anything.
No. That is
Hebert needs to do better with the backstory while
They
on commentary
really do.
itself.
Not even.
I would tell you, I was watching. I'm sorry, James. I forget what podcast I was watching. It was one of the old school guys on their podcast. You know what? It was Nash talking to Austin. Nash knew they were in trouble before the actual streak ended with Austin versus McMahon, because Kevin Sullivan walked into Nitro the day after WrestleMania, and did you hear that last night, brother? That was the Titan avoiding that iceberg. That's WCW. Those hype packages for every match at WrestleMania that was worth a damn. The fucking Goldust Luna Sable Marrow mixed tag had a hype package, right?
Yep.
That's when you knew the WWE was like, all right, enough of this bullshit. And they turned up the juice, because they knew that people were going to be watching that WrestleMania because Mike Tyson was there. So a casual audience was going to be dropping that, whatever it was, $30 at the time, to see what was going on. Why is Tyson here? And they would be able to give the stories of all the matches besides the one Tyson was involved in. That is what Forbidden Door should have been, because AEW has been trying to, garner a bigger audience, trying to help New Japan garner a broader audience in the United States. But by telling Josh that story, brief as it was, about Ibushi and Omega being connected and how it related to the match in 2020 and the match last weekend, I'm more knowledgeable about that now than I was, before the show started, because of what you said. You get a production team like AEW has, you get knowledgeable people like Excalibur. I'll give him credit too. God damn, what is wrong with you? I'm giving the wrong fucking people credit all out on the show tonight. So, fucking Excalibur, Meltzer, Aaron, Virtue, Jesus Christ. Somebody
My world.
Seriously.
Jeff, are you sober?
No, clearly.
Okay, so you got an alibi. You got an alibi.
Seriously, give me one drink, Jeff. You got give me any more drinks, I'm going to be starting to praise freaking Mike Nagel and Noah Donish next. God damn. Anyway, if I do, please cut me off, by the way. I'm in trouble now for that one. Oh, boy, I'm in trouble. Anyway, the fact that James was able to, get me involved in the story just by that simple explanation, but Tony and his team couldn't do that during their pay-per-view or the build-up to, is problematic. But let me help JJ rein it in. The match itself, not overrated by your standards, James. Noah mentioned he was a fan of it. Josh couldn't give a shit because of the lack of context, is what you were saying, Josh.
Basically.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
And And that's part of why I started to get the disgusted face when Josh said didn't care, because I knew he was going to lean more towards the whole overrated aspect. I knew he was the one in the room that was going to feel that way, and I wanted him to be verbal about it.
Gotcha. Oopsies.
Personally, I kind of feel maybe not overrated, but definitely overhyped. My biggest issue with it was the 25 near falls and kickouts at the very end of the match. You know, I get the false finish, but we don't need 25 of them in a row.
I will, yeah.
To then lose to a simple move.
Yeah. I mean, the Stormbreaker isn't simple, but I get what you're saying.
Okay, but they had done the Stormbreaker, tried to do the Stormbreaker a couple times before. They had hit the Stormbreaker and kicked out, if I remember.
Yeah, rope break, not kick out.
Rope break, excuse me. But like, still, it's the little things. It's like you don't need that many false finishes leading up to the final finish.
Mm-hmm.
And that takes somebody who already is not invested because of lack of context even further out of the match.
Yep.
That's my biggest problem with a bunch of AEW matches, specifically where the Elite is involved, but I don't want to just nitpick them for the sake of nitpicking. God knows I can, but I'm trying to be fair here across the board. That's my problem with a good share of AEW matches. I had that problem on the indie scene.
Yep.
You know, when it's false finish after false finish after false finish after false finish after rope break after false finish, can we just get there already?
Yeah.
You're sucking the life and the energy out of me, and I get you want the match to be exciting, electrifying. You want me to be invested.
Right.
But now I don't give a shit about the next 5 matches that follow you.
Yeah.
Because you've sucked the life out of me.
And to
and
your point,
there
Jay,
probably weren't that many afterwards. It may have only been 2 or 3. That's
even still,
irrelevant at the end of the day. But I give less than a fuck about those matches now because you've sucked the life out of me. Go ahead, Jeff, make your point. And then James was raising his hand very politely. So
I know, and I wasn't. I was being rude. I'm sorry. You know, to your point, though, you know, all these big moves don't get it done, and they kept escalating the intensity of the move, and then the simple hidden, the hidden blade, and the Stormbreaker is what does it. It's like, so he kicked him in the head, he shot him, he stabbed him, he shot him with a cannon, he hit him in the head with a bazooka pellet, and then he kicked him again and he bent him. Huh?
Then he died because of a bee sting.
Exactly. He has all this lethal shit, and then a freaking bug bite does him in. Huh?
Which, you know, let's not talk about bee stings around Thomas J.
Hey, listen, man. I mean,
that's fair.
If it happened, I'm just saying, you know, maybe they followed the Steve Irwin approach. I know.
And that's shit. That
that's bad. I'm sorry.
Both of y'all are wrong. You with the Thomas J. Beast and you the Steve. God damn, y'all are evil motherfuckers.
Sorry. I
don't know if anybody in this room. I honestly don't know if anybody in this room other than Jeff gets the Thomas J. reference.
No, that's okay.
So.
No, but
anyway,
I think everybody in this room definitely got that Steve Irwin reference, though.
It's because you wrong for that shit. But as far as but as far as not getting the shit about the matches after, I think that's exactly why they put the Sting 6-man between the Kenny Will match and the Okada Danielson match. It was more of not necessarily a let me down, but more of a all right. We just took you on a roller coaster ride. Let's put you on the fucking kiddie ride for a few minutes here.
Exactly.
Yeah, but think about that for a second in the grand scheme of things. You just made Steen the icon, your cool down.
No, but you know what, though?
Think about that for a second.
No. I did, which is why I said it. that's why Sting is at the point of his career. You do that to Sting anytime before 99,
Yeah.
it's insulting.
Yeah.
Sting now, Chris Jericho now, Naito now, even.
Yeah, Suzuki. Even
Suzuki. I'm okay with that with them now. You
Yeah.
do that with any of those four guys in the prime of their career, that's insulting and disrespectful.
They're established legends. Let them just have the fun and multi-person affairs.
Yep. Darby and Sammy didn't suffer for being part of that at all for me.
Not at all.
But if you have them be the main event because Chris Jericho and Sting are in it and they follow Okada, Danielson, and Ospreay, Omega, they're fucked.
Yep.
Yeah.
But because the 6-man let us down a smidge, we're able to appreciate how awesome Okada Danielson was.
Yep.
Yeah.
And again, that's just my subjective opinion. But that I think, as much as I'm going to continue to harp on AEW for their lack of proper storytelling within the context of a hype package, match card placement, solid gold the other night.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. I just want to add as well, because if there's one critique that I could have about the match, I think the false finish placement towards the end was definitely in the wrong places.
Yeah.
We already kind of touched on how they need to get better at their promo packages and explaining the damn backstory, and especially on commentary, they should have mentioned that's he remembered about Ibushi, and that's not what you want to do against Omega. That's the wrong move, right? Whatever. We already been through that. We're not going to beat the dead horse now. But I think the biggest issue was that the Hidden Blade and the Stormbreaker was the thing that finished it off. I think that should have been the false finish, and then Will Ospreay should have hit the Tiger Driver at 91. That should have been what finished the damn match.
Well, right. That's what I was saying, and JJ made the joke about. He hit him with every kind of lethal weapon and nuclear armament he could find, and then he hit him with the goddamn bee sting, and that was the end of it. Like, what?
Yeah, like he dropped him on his head. He dropped him, by the way, on a place where he had surgically repaired pretty much. He basically just fucked him up all over again from where he was in 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't finish it. I don't know how they thought that was a good idea. That's the one critique that I could have about it.
Right.
I think if you'd inverted it with the Hidden Blade and the Stormbreaker, and that's like 2.9, and then you hit the Tiger Driver, I think to a degree, we'd be having a different conversation.
Especially with an exposed Hidden Blade, no elbow pad at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'll agree with that, because when he hit that Tiger Driver and dropped him on his head and kicked out, I immediately, I was sitting here pacing the living room during watching that match back the next day. As soon as he kicked out of that and the match kept going, I sat down in my chair. I'm like, I'm kind of good now.
And that's the thing. So with WYW, for those who haven't seen it, and I'm not saying that we're like better or worse or anything. I'm just putting this in perspective of how we structure our matches. I'll use this as an example. Taka Michinoku versus Shawn Maverick is a match that we did for our show, right? It was an Extreme Rules match. It was a quarterfinals match, right? Shawn Maverick hit everything on Taka, but Taka wouldn't stay down. Taka hit everything on Shawn Maverick. He wouldn't stay down. There was false finishes galore in that. We did what AEW did. But then we got to the final move of the match, and we knew this was it. Shawn put him on the top turnbuckle, had him in the torture rack position, and he drilled Taka Michinoku head and neck first onto a ladder with the fucking burning hammer. 1, 2, 3. That was the end of the match. Because who the fuck realistically should kick out of that? Nobody.
Right.
It's a fucking burning hammer into a goddamn ladder, So it's one of those things where, you can pick and choose like what's a false finish and what's the actual finish, but more times often than not, it should be if you land roughly on your head and neck, and that's not the finish, then what are you doing? That should be the finish.
Yeah, contact point.
You know, so that's all I gotta really say about it. I don't know if there's anything else that anybody else could add on that, but that's
No, I mean, especially in this era of concussions and trying to be protective of the individual's heads and necks because of all the concussions and damage that's been sustained over the last, we'll say 20 years specifically, but even going back to the heyday.
Yep.
Like the last 20 years, it's really become a little bit more concern being shown for it.
Yep. So yeah, that's true. So there you go.
All right, Josh, I saw your message that you're about to take off here. So do you want to go ahead and plug yourself real quick? And then, of course, we'll show for you during the normal routine.
Thank you, JJ. Yeah, I gotta get going. A long day ahead of me tomorrow. I am going to be on my favorite week or few days of the year, 4th of July vacation up at the lake. So I gotta do chores, shower, and pack. So you can find me, the No DQ Cleveland combatant, the Meltzer of the Multiverse, on the Twitter at CatholicJosh122, on the Instagram MallowMangram, and you can find my columns annoying the shit out of Jeff and JJ and all the rest of y'all over on NoDQ.com. And as always, love all of you. By Jeff. I'm guessing something happened. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be
Yeah,
back.
he said he'd be back.
Yeah, love you all. Hope you guys have a good 4th of July. And say it with me. Fuck Bill Belichick!
Yeah. There you go.
All right.
There you go. And then there's 3 right now.
Temporarily, yeah. Jeff will be back, but we're going to go ahead. We're going to throw to a commercial here. We'll actually throw to a little bit of a longer one, give Jeff an opportunity to get back here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is everything that is coming up this month on the Casa D18 Studios channel.
There you go.
We are back.
Hello.
Oh, that was good. Like I put in the chat, a whole month of movies for Noah to watch for karaoke research purposes.
Yeah, just make sure if you're watching on Disney Plus, you don't lose power like we just did here at the house.
Yeah. Right. How are you on with us right now?
I'm literally on my phone on freaking data power, which is going to make my parents so happy when that data bill comes in. So I'm trying to get the backups in place in a hurry here. So.
There you go.
Christ.
Well.
Anyway.
Now we're on Okada and Omega, right? Because we briefly touched on it, but we talked.
I mean Okada and Danielson.
Sorry.
Yeah, though.
A lot of those.
The final countdown returns, as I labeled it, because beyond even the match was the moment.
Yeah, dude.
And I mean, I appreciate the fact that you wanted me to give myself the solo shot, James, but it just wasn't going to happen at that moment. But you guys should have seen. I put together the video. I put it in the group chat. I put our commentary over the moment, over the entrance.
Ooh.
So everybody in the Open Mic Night group chat can go back and check that out.
Oh yeah, I'm
watching that.
That's
it was a moment, you know, for people that have followed the American Dragon Bryan Danielson for as long as Jeff and I have. I don't know how long you guys have followed him, but that moment right there was everything.
Agree.
Exactly. It was. I'll go let you finish your thing first, and I'll say what happened to me when I finally saw it. But go ahead, brother.
It was just it was the moment of the night for me, you know, and it feels weird that a show with that much great action for me could be defined by a wrestler coming out to a song.
Mm-hmm.
But legitimately, that was the moment for the night for me. I woke my girlfriend up from sleep. She asked me about it the next day on the telephone. She thought somebody had gotten hurt in the house here because of the way I was hooting and hollering and screaming. And I had to try to explain myself to her. And I was like, I know you're not going to understand. But this was a thing for me. It was a moment.
Yes.
I mean, to the point where the match became secondary until we found out about the injury Bryan suffered.
Right.
Like 10 minutes towards the end of the match.
Right.
And he still made Okada tap.
Yep.
I mean, you almost got to wonder now who they're going to pencil in his place for Blood and Guts. Because I'm sure the plan was to have all 4 BCC plus 1 versus all 4 of the Elite plus 1. And now BCC are going to be down again. Is it 4-on-4 or is it 5-on-5 like War Games?
Well,
usually
War Games,
it's 5-on-5, but they have not defined the field at all.
Got it.
And also, there were years that War Games was 4-on-4 too in WCW days. So, but yeah, you know, Jay, you mentioned, you know, waking your girl up. I saw the entrance on the way home from UWW Sunday night because I'd heard about it because you guys told me, you mentioned it to me in group chat that it had happened. They done the thing. So, of course, I'm trying to get to a damn data signal in the middle of the Globe Theater in LA, which is not easy for the record, ladies and gentlemen. Golly. And I finally just found it in the car on the way home. We're in a drive-thru at the local Taco Bell. And I told you guys in the group chat this story already, but Travis wanted to know if I was having an orgasm in the passenger seat next to him watching that music hit because I had such a visceral, sobbing, joyful reaction that Travis literally thought I had came right in my shorts sitting there next to him in front of God and everybody. I swear to God, he thought it was a real thing. Because that's how important that entrance with that song and that wrestler became to those of us that were in those Ring of Honor audiences, those PWG audiences prior to 2009, 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We were getting the rare air of the best goddamn wrestler on this planet.
Yep.
And we knew that when that spaceship landed and that refrain started, it's like, oh shit, here we go. It's on now, motherfuckers.
Yep.
And to hear that crowd in Toronto sing that refrain like a day had not passed, let alone 13 freaking years.
Yep.
Was even more awesome.
Yeah.
It was just
before and after the match. You gave Jessie Dallin a run for her money with that comment, Jeff.
Yeah, Jessie was bummed, and I was like, "Oh, come on now."
Yeah, I get that she loves Born for Greatness. I mean, you hear
clearly.
her talk about how much she loves it in the intro to Open Mic Night every week.
Every week.
What she does when she saw him perform it, but how can you realistically? And I'm not trying to come down on Jessie. It's just a rhetorical question, but how can you, in good consciousness, prefer that song to the Final Countdown?
Yeah, like
I don't get it.
Well, no, I get it with Jessie. I do, to be fair. If I
okay.
May. So remember, that was a song that she has a sentimental, for the same reason you guys have a sentimental touch with Final Countdown with Danielson. She has a sentimental touch with Danielson with that song, Born for Greatness, because that's the song that she would always sing to her daughter, remember. Keep that in mind.
True. Very true. Very true.
Yeah,
okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
The connection of a fan with a wrestler's presentation based on time and occurrence and otherworldly influences says a whole lot.
Yeah, it does.
This was a moment in time we will not take for granted as professional wrestling fans because you have no idea when it may happen again or if it will.
No. True that. Oh, there goes Jeff. Jeff went away. No.
UPSs are a bitch.
He's back.
Yeah, I was gonna say he took himself out, so
there you go. Hi, Jeff.
Oh, he got his connection backups or something, so that's why.
There we go. Hello.
Hello.
So you're still without lights, though?
Good evening. You know who I am. No.
I get that, Tony Montana.
You know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here.
Oh no. That was not a that was not for Hitchcock reference. But no, so I had the lights off because I'm trying to keep the power output on the generators. No. So yeah.
I thought you were gonna try and do your own rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody for a moment.
Well, this is real life. No, unfortunately, it is not fantasy. We're caught in a landslide of freaking crazy ass weather. So
no escape from reality, eh?
Look
and
in
we'll
my
be
eyes.
singing that song possibly next month, but we'll get to that later.
Yes, this is true. Good segue. Nicely done, sir.
I'm just saying, if anybody gets Queen and chooses Bohemian Rhapsody, we all have to come in on that part.
Oh yeah.
No, what we need to do, we need to come on that part and do this lighting for just that moment.
Yeah, I will turn my light off for one night only.
Okay, well, since I don't have to worry about freaking the green screen,
Chorus,
I can
good
point the
God
camera
Almighty!
myself.
I'm going to be like, what the hell's happening here? Then again, they're already like that on a weekly basis, and somehow I'm still content enough to actually understand most of this. So yeah,
that's it.
Hey, we love you, Noah.
We do love you,
brother.
Dude.
Yeah, he's been very sleepy, bro. Like for real. And
no, it's all good.
I can tell, and like I say, off topic, but he knows that he can bow out at any moment that he wants. All he's got to do is let us know, and then we'll do his performance of My World, and he can bounce out. But he's a trooper, so.
And full disclosure, you will have backup singers to help you through it at this point, because Lord knows you should do that shit by your damn self.
At the very least, you'll have me and Jeff going near, 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 near. And James will come in with the laugh.
That's right.
That's true.
But
I sing the proper lyrics anyway.
Sure, we all know I did.
Yeah, that's
right. I'll mark it myself.
But back to the topic at hand. I don't want to just harp on the theme song, as great as that moment was for me.
Right.
Literally reduced me to tears on the air.
Oh yeah.
But that match, that match was something special, I think.
Yes, it was.
I do personally feel that it was better than Osprey Omega.
Yeah, I do too.
But again, that's subjectivity, as we always discuss.
Yep. No right or wrong, just a view and opinion. Respect all others.
My only thing is, you know, and again, I brought it up and kind of steered the direction the wrong way, but you know, Meltzer's own subjectivity was even called into question on this show. Yeah, because he completely ranked it opposite of what I think he would rank it normally.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Okada and freaking Danielson was a technical fucking masterpiece, considering the condition Brian was in the last 10 minutes of the show of the match.
Oh my god! Yeah. Which I think adds to the match now after.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It really adds after the fact. If you can literally not call Brian Danielson the best technical professional wrestler on the planet. Subjective, but I dare you to find somebody of equal caliber with a bad arm that can do that.
Yeah,
for real.
Yeah.
And can we just make it a thing where Brian Danielson is on every media scrum from here on out?
Yes.
Yeah.
He is
literally like good guy Brian coming into those things. Like seeing him walk in and sit down and then shooting the shit with everybody is kind of like when Hunter comes out at the end of the WWE ones.
Yeah, man. Yeah. For real.
You know he's going to be completely real. You know he's going to be completely unbiased. You know he's not going to be in character.
Nope.
And I love it. I love
to a point.
No, I love it 100%. Like I want to have Brian do that every time.
Yep.
Because you're gonna hook more people on the AEW product with that kind of blunt honesty.
Yeah.
Yep.
He is not afraid to put people over. And you know he's not going to sit there and bury people.
Nope.
And really quickly, I want to address Emmanuel's comment here. We appreciate the fact that you were going to do that. Yes, people were incredibly generous today, my friend.
Yes.
Your sister being one of the main ones.
Right.
Feel free to save that money for the watch along that we're going to be doing Friday, SmackDown at the Garden.
What I meant was, to a point, was he was in character a little bit during the scrum, because he was talking about wanting to end Okada, and I'm sure Brian Danielson at his heart wants another match with Okada. But I don't think Brian Danielson, the person, really wants to end Okada's life. Like, that's
well, no, I mean,
but 99% of me loved that. The 1% that didn't, exactly. I agree with that statement. 155%. Jesus. The 1% that doesn't like it was the fact that I never got an interview with him because he refused to not do it in completely 100% kayfabe character, and we weren't about that at that time. But it's like, man, if I could have had that Brian like 10 years ago, damn, or not 10, like 15 years ago. But anyway, the match was truly something special.
If you could have had that Brian when he was out from his orbital injury in the NWA tournament.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Great.
Yeah, he and Okada definitely need to run it back. And Okada even said, "Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Pro Wrestling. You know these two will definitely meet up some point again." Dude, as they should.
Yeah, I firmly believe, and this is me probably thinking way too far outside the box and outside of the topic JJ is bringing up at hand here, but put those two in the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
If Okada doesn't enter January 4th as the World Heavyweight Champion, put him in the ring with fucking Brian Danielson.
Yes.
January 4th, please.
Hell, in the interim, man, him and Sabre Jr. is still a match I need to see. I need to see it now. Need to. It's
And the four of us in this room, but you and I in particular, I will never, ever forget the feeling I had when he went on that SmackDown and retired, and when he came back and unretired. I never thought we'd be having a conversation of him facing Kazuchika Okada, Zack Sabre Jr., Kenny Omega, any of these guys.
Minoru Suzuki, and that match was free on YouTube. I still go back and rewatch it.
So as long as Brian is back and is capable, get him in the ring against every fucking buddy while we can.
Yeah, for real. And for the record, by the way, I still say that year, the year of Danielson, man, because he produced 5-star bangers in both of the top U.S. promotions in the world, and killed.
There is no reason Bryan Danielson should be having the quality of matches he's having with the quality of life his body has gone through, and he does it anyway.
Yep.
The guy is
the best in the world.
He's the best in the fucking world. And, we've been talking all day about Roman Reigns being knocked down off of God mode. Put Bryan Danielson in that throne now. There is no disputing that for me personally.
No.
Yes, it's subjective. No. Yes, it's an opinion. But I think the room shares that opinion. He is the best wrestler on this planet.
Keyword wrestler. Damn it.
Yeah.
Wrestler.
But again, to my point, if you became a fan after 83, you're a fan of sports entertainment either way.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
still hate it.
But I know. But either way, the fact that he was still a viable, legitimate threat to Roman Reigns, both in a triple threat match and in a one-on-one environment, right before people knew he was leaving.
Yep.
And they still bought into it.
Yep.
That's the greatness of Bryan Danielson.
He's so good. He's
incredible.
So good.
Konosuke Takeshita, Bandito, Roosh, Brian Cage, Timothy Thatcher, MJF in what some call the greatest Iron Man match ever. And now you add Kazuchika Okada in this year alone.
I think, Jeff, the reason why they bought into it so easily is because they had been fooled by CM Punk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
Everybody knew he was leaving Ring of Honor, and he still won the ROH championship.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kicked off the Summer of Punk. Added a few more dates to his run there, or maybe that's when he was supposed to end anyways.
He was.
And just kind of leaked it early that he was leaving, made everyone think he was supposed to leave earlier. Either way, inconsequential. Doesn't really fucking matter.
No.
Right.
People showed up to that show thinking Punk was going to lose and just leave. And he won the title.
Yep.
So it's so easy to buy in the fact that Bryan could beat Roman on his way out. So they already seen CM Punk do it.
And twice. By the way. Twice. By that point.
Which is also crazy to talk about here at this point.
Well, the difference is that at that Money in the Bank, when Phil Brooks walked into the arena that night, he had yet to sign a new deal.
Fair.
That is true.
He literally signed the contract while the show was going on.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So the ink was still wet on his new deal when he went out there to face John Cena and win the title. But at least a deal had been signed. He was inked in for another however many years.
Well, there was no way, as much as he had Vince by the balls, there was no way McMahon was going to let him go out there without inking a deal. It just wasn't going to happen. McMahon would have taken the bullet and taken the riot because he's not going to put the belt in somebody's hand that's not inked.
Mm-hmm.
Vince may be old age and crazy, but he's not business stupid, at least not at that point.
We could have had a Chicago screw job.
Right?
Dude, that would have been wild, you know.
Yeah, but anyway, and you know what? Again, this is the night of Jeff praising people that you never thought you'd hear Jeff praise again.
Wait, he's going to give credit to Laurinaitis now?
Fuck that!
Oh, no.
JJ, I am mildly, but if I get to the point where I'm drinking enough where I'm praising Johnny Laurinaitis, please Don't even cough my alcohol. Just walk to the door and put a bullet in my fucking head on the air so we get money from it.
Who's talking shit? I
Pull
hear
the plug
someone
from
talking
open mic
shit.
night. Pull the plug from open mic night and call it a week.
Dude, seriously, pull the plug from my life support machine because clearly I'm on some sort of medication. Anyway,
I mean, he did create the Ace Crusher. We can give
I
him a little
don't
bit of
give a
credit for that.
fuck what he created. The only thing he created that was worthwhile was a false marriage to somebody that still stays with him because Kathy's crazy. I love her, but she's crazy. Anyway,
back to this.
Well, he's back to this. I don't need to go off on John Laurinaitis anymore tonight. Oh my god.
No, at least not for free.
But yeah, thank you.
Super chat if you want to hear Jeff rant more about John
Super
Laurinaitis.
chat. I'll freaking down this Cape Cod. I'll go off on the motherfucker. I don't care. Put Punk in the category too of I never thought we'd be still talking about him doing the things he's still doing now.
Yep.
And God bless him for it. Like seriously, I will praise Phil Brooks, CM Punk for that. Because I didn't think it'd ever be a thing. Ever again.
No one
and to
did.
his credit, he got there. He was able to do it. And, I gave him a massive amount of shit in the last year since Brawl Out. I would say it was justified, to be perfectly honest with you. Same time, he had the feeling he had about what was going on and stuck to his guns. You can't fault him for that.
Nope.
No.
So, yes, all the praise
especially since in the long run, he proved himself to be right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
When the Elite came back, started acting like children, taunting him and mocking him, he kind of proved his point.
Yep. Yeah. And he didn't neither side outwardly attacked the other. But Matt and Nick were far less subtle than Phil was. By a lot.
Yeah.
And Punk owes a lot more receipts than just Matt and Nick too, which is why he's got that belt in the bag.
What are the chances we get CM Punk versus Bryan Danielson at some point?
I'd love to see it again. We got a taste of it in WWE.
I
would like to see it on the AEW stage because it's gonna really be CM Punk and Bryan Danielson.
Yes.
Not Daniel Bryan, the neutered
RLH.
dragon.
RLH represent.
Emmanuel with a good question. Will Danielson go to WWE again?
Nope.
I honestly think he might go when he's ready to officially retire.
Yes.
I think he may go for like a 1-year run and then go into the Hall of Fame.
I just see the Hall of Fame thing.
I see him as one of those type of guys that would, reemerge, be there for a year, go in the Hall of Fame, call it a day. I figure his wife is already in the Hall of Fame, have her induct him.
Yeah, I think if Brianna and Nicole hadn't got out of their contracts, I think it would be a much quicker return. But now he doesn't really have to worry about caring about going back anymore until he's ready to go on his terms.
Yep.
If they were still under contract and still having to kind of abide by the corporate thing, it might be a different situation. Try to get in there and help. But if he don't got to worry about it, he ain't gonna worry about it.
No.
Bree told us that Bryan misses the fan base in SoCal and in Arizona. So trust me, as long as AEW keeps going back to California on the regular, even if it is twice a year, he ain't got no need to go nowhere.
Nope. No, we don't.
He's a made man for life. And again, this match was definitely one of my favorite matches in my life. Technical classic.
Yeah. I have yet to see a Bryan Danielson match. Daniel Bryan matches, yes, I have not liked necessarily, but Bryan Danielson matches, I've yet to see one I haven't liked yet.
Yeah, exactly.
In some way or another.
He hasn't missed a step.
Even the I want to say it was Bryan versus Claudio headlock match.
To be fair, I haven't seen that because I know I'm gonna fucking hate it. Okay. So
that's a throwback.
Context is king, kids.
Yes.
When that match happened, I was in when the match actually happened, I was prepping for Rocky Horror for the night. Found out about it outside in line, bullshitting with people pre-show, because one of our Dr. Scott portrayers came running in, like, dude, you won't believe it. And he lays it out for me, and I'm going, God damn those two, what a couple of assholes. But you know what? I still chuckle about it now, 13 years later. So, or whatever, just 15 years later. So, but yeah, only Bryan Danielson and Clark is going to get away with something like that. And I think I would be like, okay, it was funny to be told the story. It was funny in the moment. I think it would be like, just one of those, like, okay, guys, like it was funny in the time and the context. I don't think I would enjoy it near as much watching it back now if I did see it, to be fair.
Like you said,
oh Lordy,
context is king.
Daniel says, I see Bryan going to Impact Wrestling first, then going to the WWE for a Hall of Fame induction.
There's a couple of people I'd like him to see him face in Impact. One, Josh Alexander comes to mind when he basically comes back from his injury, and I'm sure Bryan Danielson can share some similar sentiments to what Josh Alexander is facing after his triumphant run as Impact World Champion, and so abruptly being the longest champion in that company's history. So I wouldn't mind seeing a couple of matches there for Bryan Danielson. But yeah, like I said, as far as the WWE thing goes, it would be like last hurrah, dream match, Sever for a small period, Hall of Fame, and that would be it if he chooses to ever go back. Besides, like you said, JJ, with AEW, the way that they do their traveling, the way that's organized with time for family, he has zero reason right now to ever think about going back.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yep.
And that's not a bad thing. That's just a business thing. And
with the Forbidden Door as open as it is, like you said, there's so many more dream matches outside of that WWE roster that, please put him in all of them, by the way.
Yeah. I'm sure they faced each other in Gorilla, but if we're sending him to Impact, can we please have Bryan Danielson versus Chris Sabin or Alex Shelley again?
There you go. Now you're talking something. Speedball Mike Billy would be another one. Speedball Mike Billy has been one of the most proficient, unbelievable workers for the last 2 years. That's definitely
not a fan of his, but what about Trey Miguel?
Yeah, be a very interesting dynamic. Former X-Division champion.
Him and Steve Macklin would be a fucking classic, dude.
Tag and bag him. That's an interesting one you got right there. Yeah. And again, he even said he would welcome probably facing Tomohiro Ishii if he wasn't in the state he was in, because again, Ishii, he's the refrigerator. It's hard to break that man.
Absolutely.
Bryan Danielson's already a broken man. He wrestled Okada and beat him with one arm via submission. Okada has not lost a match via submission since Shinsuke Nakamura in the G1 Climax, nearly over a decade plus ago.
That's crazy to think about.
Yeah, right.
All right. We're going to throw to one more commercial before we come back for the main event. For the people that just joined in the chat, I am seeing your comments. I am starring some of them. But since they are currently off topic from what we are discussing, if you want them to be addressed sooner, super chat. Simple as that.
Yep.
In the meantime, in between time, this is all the stuff you're going to get to hear Noah and either I or James call on the Multiverse of Media between this Friday and WrestleMania 40. And there's been quite a few additions in the last week.
God, I know, right?
Check it out.
Sorry.
Damn.
No, your turn.
Blood and Guts Grand Slam, Rampage, and Dynamite, SmackDown this week, the 1000th episode of Impact. That's just the TV shit that we're doing. That doesn't even count the legitimate pay-per-views and PLEs.
Yep.
But all of those things are like monumental special occasions. I mean, how can we not cover the 1000th episode of Impact?
Right.
With my theory out there about Cody Rhodes, going to Sean's comment here, is Cody still the guy? Or should it be Jay now that dethrones? You know, with my long-standing theory about Cody finishing the story at the Garden, even though he wasn't in the match today for the briefcase, with the fact that brand split LOL is a thing, can it still happen? We got to cover it, man. We got to be there to watch it and see. You know, they're already making the card look interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It is MSG.
Exactly, because it's the guy. We're gonna have the rated R superstar Edge on the Grayson Waller effect. That right there is gonna be a moment.
Yeah.
Because is he gonna come out and finally say, "Come this date, I'm retiring"?
Right.
No idea.
There's been a long-standing rumor for a while that once they go to Canada the next time, he's gonna retire in Toronto.
Yep.
When are they going to Toronto again?
Good question.
Don't know. This could very well be that formal announcement to the public, if you will. Crazy to think about it. But so much good stuff in store. I'm looking forward to being part of it. I know James is looking forward to doing some of this stuff. Noah is always down to call the wrestling. So much wrestling.
All the wrestling.
Yeah. Noah is so tired that he couldn't even give me his traditional reactions as the graphics come across the screen tonight.
Right.
Because usually for the WWE stuff, he's like maybe this could be okay. The AEW stuff, he's like, yes.
He's like Darth Vader, the many faces of Darth Vader right now, but it's the many faces of Noah Foster.
Right. Oh,
Yeah. There's a T-shirt, Jeff. The many faces of Noah Foster.
Well, the thing is, though, I gotta make a real one of him because he's got so many good ones when we're off camera. It's funnier than shit. So,
Don't worry, no. You have a surprise waiting in the wings, brother.
We won't actually do that to you. No, I'm not that much of a dickhead. Anyway,
let's not be completely. But
I mean, I am, but you know.
So the main event is interesting to talk about this evening because we saw this gentleman's family in the main event of Money in the Bank.
Yes.
As the Fatus, the No Eye family was very, very prominent, as they should have been in the main event.
Right.
But we're not talking about Jimmy or Jay.
Nope.
We're not talking about Roman or Solo. Nope. We're not talking about Rikishi. We're talking about Jacob Fatu. Because
boy.
Jacob has been up to no good.
Oh Lord, what did he do?
Well, apparently, and what I'm going to show you the image is a fan-made post, but I do have the article up here that I posted in the chat.
Right.
That I'm going to read specifics from. But supposedly, Jacob Fatu stiffed a charity function.
No.
They booked him to come out for a show, paying those costs right there, prepaid $1,000, hotel $550, plane ticket $650, flight change $350, 8x10s for autographing $50, grand total $2,633.
Yep.
And then Jacob contacted them and said there was a family emergency, so they gave him the benefit of the doubt. You know, at Jake's, which is the name of the nonprofit, we're 100% about family. And I said, if you can't make it, that's fine. Said Jake's Network of Hope Director of Development, Jen Harper. We rescheduled the flight that he missed originally, and about an hour after that flight took off, we were made aware from him that he wasn't coming. After that, he ghosted us. He ghosted the production team that puts together the wrestling show, and he ghosted the person that booked him for us, Harper said. Continued to say that the organization had already prepaid Fatu $1,030 for the appearance. Everything else that it says on the thing there resulting in the $2,633. Harper also said that a major name from Fatu's family reached out to her regarding the incident and promised to attend the nonprofit's event next year. Jacob is the son of Samuel Fatu, the Tonga Kid, and is part of the Anoa'i family dynasty. However, Harper did not reveal who from Fatu's family contacted her. It was kind of really out of the blue to get a phone call from somebody of that magnitude to say, hey, what can we do? How can we help? Harper said. The nonprofit organization continued to say they were inspired to speak out about the incident after reading of others who had similar experiences with Fatu. NBC is reporting Pro Wrestling King in South Bend, Indiana, is also alleging that Fatu ghosted them in regard to a show on June 3rd. That's why at Jake's we decided we wanted to speak up alongside these organizations so that this didn't continue to happen to other people, Harper said. Fatu is currently featured in promotional material for the Hits for Hope fundraiser alongside such names as Billy Gunn, Brian Pillman Jr., Tatanka, and Vampiro, all who worked the event.
Oh boy. Well, now we know the ugly truth about the guy, huh?
Well, and again, we need to stress, allegedly.
God, always put
If
that.
a member allegedly contacted the promoter.
Yeah, true.
So we don't know, but this is not the first time that I myself have heard something like this about Jacob.
Nope.
So it's easy to make conjecture and jump to conclusions, but we don't know all the facts, and we are going to state that up front for the record, as we always do on this channel, on our channels, excuse me. So, I will tell you this: if this is proven to be the case, and he has done this tonight, this last post or before, this may be the one on Oahu that does not get that magic call from Connecticut.
Oh yeah,
or anywhere,
because they ain't up with that shit.
No.
Blacklist.
Yep. It's not a good thing that he did.
It's a horrible look.
Yeah,
it really is.
You stiffed somebody out of their nonprofit money to bring you to a charity event to perform, and we're talking it's a good chunk of change, bro. Like that's
it's over $2,000,
almost $3,000.
That's so gross, bro.
It is gross. It's really disgusting.
Wrong is wrong.
Yeah, sorry, bro, but
I
like him too. Good. I like him. I like Jacob. I think he's a hell of a talent, but there's no way I could support that, man. There's no way. I wouldn't. If I was a promoter, I wouldn't bring him anywhere.
No.
Shit.
That's poor business right there in the highest degree. That's all. That goes beyond business. That's poor morals.
Bingo.
Yeah. Jay, you and I have been to our fair share of indie shows, especially here in SoCal, and it's happened a couple times where you get a talent that doesn't do business, and it's it's not not a good look.
I mean, at the end of the day, stuff like this is why I had such a disdain for the Briscoe brothers for a number of years.
Yep.
Not that they would take money because they would be rebooked, but just they would always no-show.
What's up, Greg?
Got to the point where I just didn't care anymore.
Right.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Oh, young Gregory, we're always on at least at 10 o'clock by now.
Yeah, dude.
I was going to say, man, this is halftime, brother.
Yeah, this is open mic night. We actually got to the main event in a reasonable time for us.
Yeah, I was going to say we're early. We're early tonight.
Yeah. This is why.
And this isn't a continual stream. We did break once Money in the Bank ended, and then came back for open mic night.
Greg, we were all mark safe.
Except for Noah Foster, he still has to sing My World.
Well, no. I mean, as far as mark safe from him doing Melina and Maddie Laws doing Maddie Expose. Sorry, Josh.
Fair.
Sorry, not sorry. Yeah. And trust me, Melina and I are talking enough. If she's going to be part of this company, we'll get the Melina entrance for real here soon enough.
Right?
Ooh.
That would be awesome.
Love Melina, and it was wonderful to see her last weekend. And again, I'm on a balancing act because that show was fun. Business kind of was what it was, but god damn, those two main event matches at Forbidden Door. It's like, man, I wish I could have been here with you guys experiencing that. So anyway, yeah, it's unfortunate that
it's a shame that somebody with the family connection that is in such a huge positive place in the biggest company in the world, arguably right now, is number one able to charge that kind of ungodly money when he's not a member of the official on-screen bloodline. Yes, in real life he is,
of course,
but he's not part of the televised unit. And then to stiff somebody. And not just Joe Blow from Kokomo promoter, but a nonprofit charity.
Right.
Like, I can get the fact that, the Frisco fiasco.
Oh my God.
That, in that case, the promoter, stiffed the talent. He had all these legends and people show up and then bounced with the money that he promised to pay them.
That was just a shitty weekend for most everybody on that trip.
But so you hear about it from all aspects, whether it's talent or promoter, and just for somebody of that lineage, that heritage. I mean, the video package before the main event was gorgeous, chronicling the history of the bloodline and how deep its roots run, going all the way back to High Chief Peter Maivia.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then for him to do this, allegedly, let's make sure we throw that in there again.
Yes.
Supposedly.
Yes.
Yeah, it gives wrestlers a bad name.
Yeah, and to be fair as well, not that I'm comparing, because the general point is that was a bad thing anyway. But I don't even think the Briscoes or anybody that I've heard of, I don't hear many people stiffing charities. They might stiff a promoter and they'll even probably, in most cases, give back if they just don't want to be there, right? But not once did I hear any of the people, even, dude, I remember, there's one thing I could say about the Briscoes. They always made a charity show. Always. Every single one. And it's like, because that was to help people that were absolutely in need in that moment. That's what boggles my mind about this.
See, and what boggles my mind about this the most is it supposedly isn't the first time he's done it.
No, he's done this many times.
If this was the only time, you'd maybe be able to give him a pass. Maybe there's a little bit of a hiccup in the storytelling, but for more than one person to say this, it comes down to the whole, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, it's a duck.
Yeah. Now,
I hate ducks.
Because ducks fly together.
Hey, well, we have a duck.
Not those dogs.
We have a duck icon for StreamYard, so that might.
Whatever.
But yeah, but okay. So the thing that I want to stress, though, since we say allegedly, it makes me wonder: is this in his control, or is his life so chaotic, whether it's on him or the company he surrounds himself with, family, friends, whatever, that he just, even he wanted to make it, but he couldn't, but he also needs the money or something, and he's desperate or whatever. That's another
desperate for money. Call Roman, call Jay, call Jimmy, call Solo.
Call Dwayne. Hello.
Dwayne, yeah, true.
Fuck me, man.
Well, that's the
I
thing,
mean,
though.
you can't be that desperate for money that you've got to steal from a nonprofit charity.
No, and
desperate men do foolish things.
And I
agreed. But when your family is literally the top earning juggernaut in the biggest company in the world,
you all right now?
Yeah,
it just seems
like
ridiculous.
I said. Don't worry about it. Continue.
It seems excessive.
My thing is, I agree with that generally. However, to be fair, specifically with him and Sefa Fatu, like those two have it rough. I don't know
And who's Sefa?
Sefa is, I think, his younger brother and cousin of the Usos.
I just didn't know if maybe he had another name, a gimmick name. I'd know him better.
No,
That's what I was asking.
Yeah. So that's his. Yeah. So they have it rough, and I don't know if they are necessarily. Put it this way, they're the red herrings, much like Teddy Hart was to the Hearts. And this
definitely the black sheep of the family. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. I don't think. Maybe he hasn't thought about it. Maybe he could, and he just hasn't tried. But I think maybe there was incidences with him where they just don't help him. Like, we don't know the full story. I don't think when it comes to that family and why they don't acknowledge Jacob Fatu. I hate to use a pun there, but it's the best way I can put it. We're not going to know. I think every family dynamic is different, even if it's within your own family. So that is something to consider. I'm not saying it makes it fucking right by any means. Let me just make that very clear. But it does make me wonder, okay, what's really going on with Jacob? What's really going on with his side of things that made him do this shit more than one occasion, allegedly, and not pay people back? Is he all right? Does he need help? Is he going through a rough patch? Has he gone to counseling? You ask these questions, especially if you have done it yourself for various other reasons, like I have, like gone to counseling and shit. You kind of just naturally ask those questions over time. So
right. All right. Anybody else have anything they want to add about this topic?
Just it is unfortunate, and I've heard quite a few different things about Jacob and his different approach to the business than the rest of the family, good or bad. This is unfortunate that this stuff like this will limit him from advancing to a higher plateau in the industry if he chooses, and it limits us as fans being able to appreciate how good he is in the moments he's in now.
That's fair.
There's your clip to take for the New Year's thing, Jake. James.
Jake, I'm Jake from State Farm now. What the hell?
I apparently need insurance after this.
I gotta do the gamer hunt. I'll be back.
Wait a minute. The man,
Go ahead.
Stop wearing a red polo or khakis, all right?
Not yet. I could get the red polo right now.
Yeah, you could.
There you go.
Just go Target. They sell a few of those.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I don't want to end this on a downer topic. So while we were discussing this, I tried to find the match producers again. I couldn't.
Oh.
But I did discover this. And it's a little bit of a pick-me-up here after that downer topic. So, as we all know, Natalya is on the Raw brand.
Yes.
But she was over in London this weekend because I'm sure Tyson was producing.
Yes.
She looked good in Newcastle, tell you what.
So apparently she was given her certificates for the Guinness Book of World Records.
Oh, nice.
She currently holds 6 acknowledged records by Guinness. Most female WWE matches at 1,514.
Jesus.
Most WWE wins in a career, female, 663. Still not even 50%. Think about that for a minute, and she still has the most wins.
Right.
Most female pay-per-view PLE appearances at 75.
Wow.
Most female WrestleMania appearances, 8.
Atta girl.
Most Raw matches, 174. And now that she's back on the brand, that's just going to keep going up.
175 apparently come Monday.
Most SmackDown matches, 200.
Wow.
Upon receiving her records from Guinness, Natalia said, "This is such an amazing surprise. I'm going to need more luggage to take these home."
Well, you are in London. Plenty of fashion luggage.
Some nice suitcases out there in the city in the shops.
I was about to say, get yourself a Prada suitcase, baby.
There you go. There you go.
Shout out to my girl Natalia for those 6 Guinness World Record certificates.
Congrats to her.
That's awesome.
Hopefully the Guinness exhibit out here, will have something of her sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Because we've got a Guinness museum out here on Hollywood Boulevard.
That's cool. Yeah.
They should get the outfit she wore in Newcastle this weekend. My God.
You gotta take your daughter to see that too, considering you named her after Maddie as well.
It just kind of just works with the whole purpose.
Yeah, she is just the best. She's an absolutely wonderful human being, and I don't think she's so bougie that she has to go buy fancy stuff all the time like that. But Louis Vuitton luggage to take that shit home in, I can see now you doing that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think TJ would let her.
Dad,
he would too. He's like,
TJ's gonna be like, no, you won these awards. I'm gonna buy you it out of pocket.
Right?
Buy you it out of pocket.
I'm gonna buy it for you out of my pay for the weekend.
Exactly.
Well, if he produced any matches today, he freaking earned it.
Right.
Yeah,
Damn good shit today on that PLE, boy.
All right. Well, before we go to commercial and then come back for the shills, Noah, are you ready to do what you need to do based off of the money we raised earlier?
Fuck all of you.
Now, real quick, Noah. After you do this, do not fret. There is a big happy surprise for you waiting on the other side of this.
Yes.
Legitimately, we're not pranking you. You actually have a really nice
prank.
Yeah.
It's not a prank. And
it's not a video from Karen Jarrett saying thank you for seeing that.
Actually, that wouldn't be a bad thing necessarily.
It would be for Noah.
You know what though?
It'd be great for the channel. It would be bad for Noah.
Okay, all right.
That would have been fucking hilarious.
You're giving me a good idea though for next week. But anyway,
you ready, buddy?
He's gonna eviscerate us all. It's gonna be a thing. Oh my God.
I'll say it all. Don't worry.
Dear, dear, dear.
God, I don't even know what the fuck this fucking song sounds like. Wait a minute. What's the lyrics in this thing?
Okay, wait. Why are we going to commercial and give him time to get the lyrics pulled up first?
No, because I think the commercial.
Because the commercial is the cheer up.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We'll just wait. We can wait. For those who are just tuning in to the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse Mania, Noah Foster will now give his greatest rendition of the greatest wrestling theme song of all time, My World. You heard it. My World by Dale Oliver, performed for wrestler Jeff Jarrett and his wife, Karen Jarrett.
Oh, God. This sounds abruptly horrid.
The lyrics are just fucking god awful, let's be honest, but
Fucking hell is this shit?
It's the greatest segment in the history of Open Mic Night.
This is amazing.
He's just sitting there in half darkness, just fuming. You can see the smoking off his head.
This sounds horrid. What the fuck is this horse shit?
What is this horse shit?
Oh,
my
I gotta
goodness.
do this to the first My World shit nonsense. Fine. Fucking hell, I don't get paid enough for this shit. All right, you two, you three yahoos, whatever. I'll see what I can do here. Try and start this thing over.
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, there we go.
Near, 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 near.
This surf is not your place. The pale skin is on your face. If you step inside with me, you will see a king. He ain't dead. He ain't the Rock. Don't want to hear your big mouth in my world. My world. My world. That's all you get. I don't know what the hell this shit is.
He ain't dead. He ain't dead. He ain't the Rock is still one of my favorite lyrics of all time.
I'm so mad that you could insinuate Jack. It's like, God damn it, don't be a pussy, Dixie. Come on.
All right, Noah. This next commercial is just for you.
Yeah, no, I seriously pay close attention because you want to see this ad. Trust me, buddy. You're gonna love this.
会話は Google 翻訳を介して読み上げられたため、完全に正確ではない可能性があります。あらかじめご了承ください。
Supermatch brand はペーパービュースペシャルトーナメントを含む日本のプロレス中の全てを少しのも決勝開始は最初に紹介されるのは Insanity Works Incorporated お台本である彼は Women's Youth Wrestling とインディーフォースポッドキャストのメンバーですプロレスを明かせてケイシーガリガー一緒に紹介されるのはオルドスプロレスプレスの通じジャルダンセですファイヤーロード空想国の対応ウィメンスユースプレスリングの一員グレーカファイヤーロード空想そして最後にご主人様シンプルなブランドを持つ男 FTW プロダクションズおよびペテホビットネットワークモリティバースアバメディアの代表彼はレアメンの彼であり最高の司会者ですそしてそれはスーパーブラケットメディ
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Noah Foster, Casey Gallagher, and Fire Lord Kuzan officially covering the G1 Climax.
That was brilliant.
Yes, buddy, here it is. And here's the
All
official
right.
graphic.
That was pretty damn cool. That was pretty
it.
damn cool.
I would have put the fucking QR code somewhere else.
No, it's okay. Let me just take the thing down for a moment in case anyone wants to scan.
If anybody wants to scan, subscribe to Noah's channel. Also, Jeff, you're muted. But yeah, this is the official release. It's happening this week, right? You did say that. I remember you said that.
According to Casey, he is getting him and Kuzan set up to do this thing with me some point on Friday this upcoming week. So get that bracketology banner and that video to me ASAP, and I'll upload it to my StreamYard.
It's already
in
your Google.
James Arigato. Bravo.
It's already on your Google Drive, buddy. I'll make sure to send you the link. But yeah, it is official, ladies and gentlemen. That is the intro. Bro, you have no idea. I spent all night because I heard you do it. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get this ready. And I'm like, I only got like a day to do this right. So I stayed up all night. I practically slept in today, making sure this was done. So I did like 4 hours of trying to recite that shit to fucking make it sound as authentic as possible.
Oh, something good.
Step point for you. There you go.
No shit, right?
How else did we?
No, that's the shit.
That is the shit. Yeah,
That's fair.
Jeff,
but I'm not tired of it.
What'd you think of that?
It was fucking good.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Baron Yamasaki would be, I think, impressed with you because he's the narrator for New Japan Pro Wrestling and those.
Yeah, I was trying to go with his whole style. I was trying to do the whole.
I could tell. Yeah. I can tell. The whole Jonesy shock is like, all right, you got me. That actually made me smile. That was actually really good.
Man, I said it to James. I said it to Jeff earlier. I think that's the best thing James has produced so far.
Hell yeah, it was good. It was really good, James. For real.
Thank you guys. Yay! I did good. I did a good thing.
Yeah,
fucking neighbors. Ah! All right, fucking fireworks is driving this dog crazy. This poor dog.
Yeah, well, it is July 1st, and you know what that means. Not only the hottest month of the year, but we also start off this friggin' month with a bang, and 245 more to follow.
Let's just set fireworks off in a fucking high brush area and see how shit works out for everybody again.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you're not in Inglewood, so who knows? They might distinguish a firework from a gunshot.
I mean, in my hey, you know what though? In my area, you ain't far off.
Wow.
We have
happened.
I think James is broken, bro.
I wasn't. I got that reference. I wasn't expecting Noah to freaking come in with a dark humor like that. Jesus.
Yeah. Good cover up for the Wyatt squad, if nothing else.
Yeah, there you go. Fair enough.
All right, gentlemen. Well, let us begin our shills here for the evening.
Yes, agreed.
I'm just going to start running through these. Jeff, I know we're in the room together, so if you want to kind of tag team with me and trade these off so that,
Yeah.
First and foremost, we want to give a shout out to longtime friend of the Jeff Meacham Network, the Frank Sinatra of the Spanish Mafia, Gino Rivera. For booking inquiries, Gino_Rivera at yahoo.com. You can find him on Facebook, first name Gino, last name Told You So, or on Twitter and Instagram at Gino Told You So.
Yes. We plugged him earlier because he was here, but we'll go ahead and give Josh a little more love here. You can find our buddy, female combatant, Josh Mansfield, on the Twitter, if his tweet limits aren't being, because apparently that's a thing today, at CatholicJosh122, on Instagram at MallowManGraham.
Yes, Emmanuel. We already did that. We did the I'm back when we first came on the air.
Because we're back, and we're better than ever after that PLE today. So,
which I'm sure James is going to somehow clip into a mega, now that's what I call music shit nonsense for the end of the year.
Absolutely. That's what we got to do.
Oh, I got an idea.
Yeah, because now it's going to be called, now that's what I call Noah.
Shit.
Fuck you.
Now you're done doing it.
No, James. Noah, that's what I call music.
Noah, that's what I call. Yeah, that's fair.
All right.
Lord,
make sure you check out the resident big baller of the Multiverse of Media and No DQ, Big Baller G. You can find him on TikTok, Big Baller G 1988, Twitter, No DQ_ Big Baller G, Instagram, No DQ_ Big Baller G 1988. It's got Wrestle Bash 2 coming up with Ashley D'Amboise and Kylan King.
Yes.
And then WrestleCade with Misa Kate and Rebecca J. Scott, all part of Parker Kane Promotions, who Big G supports and is good friends with.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see Ashley and Kylan at UWW last week. They're looking forward to getting out to Wrestle Bash coming up in August, man. It's gonna be a good time.
Good for them.
Yes.
You're next, Meech.
Oh, that's right. You can follow our resident barkeeps at Statboy Sports Bar on Custody Studios, Mikey and Dory Lou at Hathaway Lou at LB Stack in 1977. But keep in mind, the bar is going to be closed for one more Tuesday. Coming up 4th of July, they observe 4th of July by keeping closed. You can find them back in Besides, Tap Boy Sports Bar coming up on. I clicked it, but it didn't go.
I don't know what happened. There it goes.
There it goes. July 11th, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. That'll be a JJ produced show because I will be my one-armed bandit self at the House of Mouse that day, signing in family because I suck. So during a 93-degree day, which will be a challenge in Anaheim. But yeah, please check out Southway Sports Bar featuring early when they return coming up on July 11th.
You can also check out the latest affiliate
Yes.
of the Multiverse of Media, the Rangers of Wrestling, youtube.com/Rangers of Wrestling. Truth be told, Datilla. Oh, perfect timing.
Damn, how was that?
Perfect timing. I was just getting ready to show you Datilla and say, truth be told, Datilla was supposed to be here with us for part of the evening, and here she comes into the chat room.
Yeah, sorry. I had a long day, and I'm gonna have an even longer day tomorrow. So it's like
No, it is all good. That seems to be the menu of the day. Everybody's had a long one. Everybody is tired and exhausted.
Yes.
Noah's been looking like he's about to nod off the entire show today.
Yes, exactly.
But the fact that we're in the plug stage now and kind of winding things down, I think makes everybody happy. So I'll just go ahead and I'll let you talk about your stuff very quickly. Since you were here right as we were plugging you.
Oh, thank you. Well, so I actually not like about 2 hours ago did my review for Money in the Bank. If you guys want to check that out, and then I did review Raw and AEW Dynamite this week. So no SmackDown Rampage review or AEW Collision.
Well,
Not
more often
this
than not,
week, but normally you do that, correct?
Yes. Normally I do that. I go. I'm starting to do like late reviews, kind of like around this time. So if anybody's like still up and wants to check out my reviews, go ahead and make sure you pop in. And also too, I like Power Rangers, and with the 30th anniversary coming up in August and it being Power Month, I do have some cool Power Rangers content coming out. So make sure you check that out.
Yeah, the fact that you brought that up last week made me go back and start to think about some stuff. And it's like, I think at least for that week there, the 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st, since the 28th is when Day of the Dumpster aired, I need to do like a Ranger something on my channel each day. So I'm going back. I'm trying to figure out some episodes to watch. I think I'm going to do Day of the Dumpster, obviously, on the anniversary. I'm going to do the Green with Evil saga. I think I'm going to do White Light.
Nice.
And I think I'm going to do Forever Red.
Okay.
Forever Red gets nowhere near the love the rest of them do. It
deserves
pisses my ass off. It really does.
It deserves so much more love.
Yeah,
Such a well-written episode. It honestly should have been a movie. The only complaint I have is I wish it was longer.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's funny that you guys bring that up because I'm actually going to do a rankings video where I rank the anniversary specials,
Nice.
the 10th, 15th, 20th, 25th, and 30th. And because of that, I actually just finished rewatching all of the anniversary specials, and I do have some stuff to say. Like, for instance, I think one of the biggest problems that a lot of the anniversary specials suffer from is the fact that they were each only 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And they moved really, really quick. The only two-parter is Once a Ranger. And the thing with Once a Ranger and Once and Always, which is the 30th anniversary, is that because that one's a two-parter and this one's like an hour, you also have the habit of that it moves too slow. It's like we're taking forever to get to what we need to get to, so it's a pro and a con. I feel like a good balance would just be like an hour or at least a two-part special, and everything just moves, flows.
Yeah, I always thought that was like a problem, but it was like really egregious, I think, with the Forever Red one, because they tried to put it in like the Wild Force series, and then I always thought it was just, bro, that should have been a whole movie. That whole
originally, I think I heard that it was supposed to be an hour or it was supposed to be two parts, but stuff happened. So
yeah. Like it definitely suffered from not being at least a two-parter. Like the first half should have been assembling all the Rangers, all the Red Rangers.
Yes.
And then the second part should have been the battle.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the fallout from the battle, everyone saying goodbye, going their separate ways. Like you get to the point where, like, kind of like the whole Avengers Assemble gimmick, it's morphin time to be continued.
Yeah. And here's
Right.
Yeah.
And you just get that little cliffhanger there until the next episode. It's like, no.
And here's another thing. The one thing that I wish they'd explain is, how does Jason get his red morpher back?
Right?
Yeah.
Never explained.
Instead of
like,
rocking.
Yeah.
He was destroyed in the freaking explosion.
Yeah.
And then if the Black Ranger still had his destroyed, but the Red Ranger somehow got his back.
You're forgetting. No, you're forgetting one thing in the Power Transfer Part 2, because in real life, Austin, Walter, and Tweet, the late Tweet, had already left the series.
True.
The people that when they transferred their powers, they actually left with the powers intact. It seemed like they just copied the powers. And the reason why that happened was because Austin, Walter, and Tweet were no longer in the series, so they couldn't physically hand their power coins over like Kimberly did when she left.
True. Very true.
There you go.
I'd forgotten that. That's a good point.
Okay, so they just needed to make a new morpher at that point, then.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
And yet, Pokemon always says the adventure continues.
We got way into the nerd weeds. I'm okay with that.
I like.
Hey, it's all good. Like
That was good shit.
I
I
miss
enjoyed
having people to talk Power Rangers with. Like
Absolutely.
for real. Like I used to be so into the Rangers.
Same.
And like I fell out of it.
Yeah.
And
Fell
I
out of-
stopped having people to talk about it with, to the point where, and now I kind of regret it, I gave a lot of my old Ranger stuff away to one of my good wrestling buddies on the indie scene who was a diehard Ranger fanatic. Like I'm talking my original Morpher.
Oh wow.
I'm talking my Dragon Dagger.
What?
Because at that point I was just like whatever about it. Like I figured it was just collecting dust. It was probably going to end up getting thrown out at some point.
It's true.
You know, especially when you figure everything that went down with the old apartment.
That's
fair.
You know, it's like that wouldn't have survived that stuff.
Yeah.
No.
So
Especially
I
with the
gave it to somebody who cared about it as much as I did.
There you go.
And I kind of regret it now, but it is what it is.
He has regrets, ladies and gentlemen.
We all
Regrets.
Regrets, yeah.
re-rolls back in play.
All right.
Well, since she joined us, I do want to get a quick, to steal a phrase from Noah here, a simple take as to what you thought about Money in the Bank. Maybe give people a little bit of a appetizer of what you said on your show to kind of entice people to go and watch your full video on Money in the Bank.
You have an appetite for destruction? We get that reference.
Ah.
You know I do.
Guns N' Roses, baby.
Yeah. A
Shout out to the
simple
kiddies in
take.
Ted, Arizona tonight.
Yeah, you know, just brief. You don't have to go down the complete rabbit hole, but just, you know, hit each match briefly, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, what you thought about it, you know.
Okay, so each match briefly. Okay, men's Money in the Bank. I thought it was really fun. I thought it had some cool spots and a botch. It had a big botch in that match. I don't know if you guys caught. Yeah, the table spot.
Did it involve Logan Paul?
I am the table. Face first.
It did, but it also involved Ricochet. They were supposed to fall off of the ladder through tables set up at ringside.
Yep.
They ended up getting caught on the ropes, and Ricochet improvised with the Spanish Fly.
Yeah.
Damn, you're killed him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. All right.
So I thought it was fun.
Do you think
I
person
was
won?
rooting. I was rooting for L.A. Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wearing my LA Knight shirt.
He was, man. I was proud of you, Jay.
I need to buy one.
Yes, you do.
But you know, I can't complain about Damian Priest winning. He's been putting on main event caliber matches, and better him than Logan Paul.
That's fair.
But I can't help but to feel that the reason why Knight didn't win was because I feel like it was him being punished. You guys know Vince McMahon hates wrestlers that get over on their own. So I feel like, you know.
I mean, other people in the company have been very vocal about LA Knight. Booker T has gone record multiple times saying, you need to pull the trigger on this guy now while the fire's hot.
Yep.
Yep. Even Booker T can have a smart take.
Jesus Christ. Sorry.
You're watching her video, aren't you?
Wasn't trying.
Because I recognize that tune. I heard that intro.
Go check out that Tillet's content, folks.
There you
right
go.
now.
I got that intro custom made on Fiverr.
Nice.
Yeah, I got it custom made.
It looks like a great intro by somebody.
Thank you.
I love that site. I love that site. That's
I
awesome.
wish I could take credit for it, but I can't. Because I paid for that to get that made.
There you go.
Money well
We
spent.
used them when we did my friend Jenna's birthday party and turned her place into the Mickey Mouse Club. We actually had Mickey over the PA introduce himself coming into the room. It came off so good. Sounded like Brett to me. Brett Iwan to me. So you know.
Mm-hmm. And then for the women's tag match, undisputed tag match, I'm shocked that Shayna Baszler turned on Ronda Rousey. I wasn't expecting that, but it's reasons like that WWE's women's tag team division is non-existent because they keep splitting up tag teams.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're a tag team split. I didn't even think about that.
I've been saying this, Attila. Thank you for agreeing and saying it. So now it's not just a man saying it, but a woman too.
One of us.
Well, yeah, no, I've been saying that. Like, it can't be this hard with the amount of talent that WWE has on the women's roster to book a fucking decent tag division and actually give the teams names, right?
Hi, Impact Wrestling.
Yes.
Yeah, Impact Wrestling says hello.
Exactly.
By the way, Jeff, were you quoting the movie Freaks when you said one of us?
I don't remember what it's from, but anytime somebody new comes on and agrees with it, it's like, ooh, she's one of us now. One of us. So,
yeah.
And then what else happened? Oh, the John Cena segment took me by surprise. I don't know what the whole point of the John Cena segment was, and I like John Cena, so I don't know what the whole point of that.
I think the point of it was just to, like Cena was trying to point out there, prove to Vince and whoever he needs to prove to that London needs Mania
and deserves it.
Cena is over in London currently filming a movie, so he just had a day off from production, decided to come over, check it out, be a presence backstage, say hi. Oh, you're here? Let's send you out there, pop the crowd.
So, like, are they gonna do something with Grayson Waller? Because, like, I felt like
I doubt it. Like,
I'd be okay with it.
I'd be okay with it, but I feel like it would be Austin Theory 2.0 too quick. You know, doing Theory at Mania and then Grayson at potentially SummerSlam.
Why is it too quick to have it be between from Big Four to Big Four though? That's how they all used to do stuff.
I know. I don't know. Like, I feel like Grayson. I've said for a long time. I feel like Grayson Waller and Theory are kind of cut from the same mold.
Okay.
you mean
I feel like,
because you can't cut mold.
well, you know what I mean. But,
that was good. I like her.
I like.
We also said how tired we all are. Attila, Jesus,
I'm tired
give me
too.
a little slack
I'm tired
here,
too.
but
I'm really, really tired.
Yeah,
I can't stay on long.
She's able to do a quick wit like the butler from The Nanny or Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Right.
You're brilliant.
Niles. I like Niles.
Yeah.
Hell of an actor too, man. I love Daniel. He's awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway,
continue with your thoughts.
The women's Money in the Bank match was also really fun. Really love the finish, and I'm really happy Io Sky won.
Yes.
Right person.
Emmanuel asks if Io is going to be the first one to fail cashing in, and will Bailey cost her?
Oh God, I hope not.
I don't know. That's a good point.
God, I hope not.
Please don't.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And then
it wouldn't surprise
Io
me
cash
either.
in on?
Asuka probably.
I'm here for that match all day long. Twice on Sunday. Shit.
Yeah. Starting Revisited. Let's go.
It's one of those. Until I said it earlier during the show. That show, I would pay AEW price for.
Really?
I would. It was good, and I think the way they're building SummerSlam, it'll end up being the same thing.
Okay.
At least for now.
Yeah. Let's see. The Intercontinental title match was actually pretty good, but I felt like that match was the most predictable match on the card.
Yes.
I don't think any of us expected Riddle to take the title off of Gunter.
No.
And but Drew McIntyre coming back, I wasn't expecting that.
Right.
But here's the question though, like with all that rumors about him being unhappy with his creative and him renewing the contract, it seems like Drew McIntyre is going to be Gunter's summer feud. So with what SummerSlam is August 5th, Gunter's set to break the record September 6th with a little over a month to go. Does Gunter drop the title or does he hold on to it?
He holds on to it.
He holds on.
I feel like Gunther losing the title wouldn't happen until Survivor Series. Because by then he'll be well past the record.
Yeah, because the honky tonky mark is the end of September. So
I thought it was early September.
No, that's
September 6th.
That's when he'll pass. No, he passes. Who did I say? Randy Savage. The week before SummerSlam.
Oh, okay.
So then honky's not till the end of September.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a JJ
like a 40
on the.
There's like a 40-day difference between Savage and Honky Tonk Man's records.
Yep.
Okay. And as for the World Heavyweight title, it's no surprise that Rollins won. But I wonder who's going to get kicked out of Judgment Day, Finn Balor or Damian Priest. And are they going to do it Evolution style?
Right. They got to get the title on one of them, or at least get him in a title match first. Because we had Finn tonight, but it was a very vague interaction, and Priest totally kind of like glazed over it during the press conference. So.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And as for the main event, the Civil War Bloodline stuff, I actually really liked the main event. It was a really fun match. They made the right choice with that main event.
Absolutely.
I was surprised Jey Uso pinned Roman, but I question if that was the right choice because it's kind of like it take the mystique away from Roman. Like what's Cody left to do now? He was supposed to be the first guy to pin Roman and take the title off of him. So it's like now that Jay's pinned Roman, there's really no mystique left to Roman because he's been pinned already.
Well, but I think it was a great callback because the first person to ever pin Roman in the WWE was Jey Uso.
True, I'm not going to deny that, but I'm just saying it's like Roman's been pinned now. There's no reason now. It's like now whoever takes the title off of him, they end his historic title reign, but what does it matter when Roman's already been pinned?
That's fair.
But that helps Cody win the belt.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I feel like it starts the stopwatch now.
Yep.
We know Roman is vulnerable. We know he can be beaten. Now the question is who's going to beat him.
The Empire is crumbling and the blood is bleeding.
See,
the only story left to tell with the Bloodline is having Solo Sikoa turn on Roman. That's like the last story left to tell.
Or Paul.
Heyman. Paul Heyman should be the last one. I compared it to Godfather. They're in a boat. Paul Heyman's behind them. Pulls out.
He's going to push him off?
Push him off or pull the trigger, whatever works best.
I say Paul turns and goes with Solo. Because remember, Paul started with the Bloodline by managing Solo's father.
Yeah.
In the old Samoan SWAT team days.
Showing your age.
You know what? I understand this. And I know that the two of us old fucks up here is over the 40s. Okay, I get you. I understand. Damn. I lost my train of thought because I got called old. God damn it. Senior moment. See what happens? Shit. I forget what show I theorized this on. Maybe I even picked up somebody else. I probably did. But I think Roman comes into the Garden Friday and is just fuming. He flies home. He's pacing the hotel for 5 days and just comes in there. I don't give a shit who I got. I'm gonna smash somebody tonight. Wrestling has more than one royal family, and he's like, and Cody's like, anybody? And Roman's like, all right, yeah, I'll beat your ass tonight too. And that's how we get it.
That would be great.
That's how the story finishes in New York City, right there.
For JJ's sake, he better hope so.
Because
otherwise, I've got to believe in Joe Hendry.
That's right. He has to believe in Joe Hendry.
I still can't believe you don't believe in 252 pounds of pure motivation. The answer to all our life's problems.
He is the digital media champion for a reason. All right.
Yeah.
He beats Moose tonight, damn it.
The way Datilla sells it, is like a Jehovah's Witness. I don't believe you don't believe in him. 252 pounds of pure motivation. The answer to all our questions.
All our life's problems.
All our life's problems.
Whatever.
And life's.
It's the way she does it.
It's just like, I can't. How do you not? Like, what this?
It's just an innocent demeanor, like you should believe
in Joe Hendry.
That's right.
The other person you should believe in the one match you glazed over.
No, I was gonna get to it. I realized I did. I was gonna get
okay.
to
I was gonna say, but what about Dom Dom?
Oh,
Dominic and Cody.
Dom and Mommy.
So, first off, if this feud would have been longer, I'm not gonna lie to you. If this feud would have been longer, I would not have been surprised if they included Brandy Rhodes in this somehow.
Yeah,
that would have been interesting. Definitely would have been interesting.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking they were gonna do a mixed tag match instead, but I feel like it would be a rinse or repeat of Edge and Beth Phoenix.
That's fair.
But you know what though? If Cody doesn't end up winning the championship after Jay has to believe in Joe Hendry, maybe we'll see that mixed tag at SummerSlam. I'm not trying to wish Brandy Rhodes in the WWE universe, but
sounds like you are.
I'm doing it on purpose. But
I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of thought Brock Lesnar was gonna show up and cost Cody Rhodes this match.
Well, that was the working theory because it was touted as the main event. So
yeah. SmackDown said that was gonna be the main event. So
they did the whole triple main event booking marketing nonsense.
They were very quick to correct themselves this morning in social media posts because they realized how bad they had Michael Cole faux pas yesterday. That is really hard to say 2 drinks in. Jiminy Crickets.
Yes.
Jiminy Crickets. Pinocchio.
Yeah,
Pinocchio is his favorite from Disney.
I work for the mouse anyway. I gotta get the shows in when I can.
Bleh.
Hey, you know what?
Quickly, since we're back discussing Money in the Bank, I did star a couple of comments earlier.
Yes.
Raymond wanted to know, since EO won, does that mean Damage Control is done?
It should be.
I think so.
If you watched the press conference, not necessarily, because they still look like they're pretty side by side.
For now.
Yeah, for now. It seems like as of this moment, Bailey's like, well, I would have done the same shit to win, so I can't be mad at you.
Right. And you know what, though? You could definitely feel the tension there a couple of points during that portion of the press conference where it's like, one more wrong thing happens and Io's going to go straight up freaking batshit crazy on Bailey.
I love that she opened the briefcase, though, and saw that there was a Money in the Bank winner shirt inside there. Like, I always wondered what was inside the briefcase legitimately.
That's so funny.
And to see that there was a Money in the Bank winner T-shirt was like, that's kind of cool.
That was cool.
The contract, the first one, the actual first briefcase that Ed had, wasn't it like an actual contract?
Supposedly.
I don't know. Yeah, they never really opened any of them on the air until later on, and by then they already had that little contract freaking template made up that they just kept printing out every year.
You know what I miss? I miss the custom Money in the Bank's design.
Yeah, I agree. So glad she said that. I agree. Rob's my favorite because I'm biased, but
No shit, Jeff. I wonder why.
Right.
Oh, Jeff, did you go to the RVD? It was like 2 years. I think it was like 2 years ago to the RVD meet and greet when they were at the Wrestling Guy store in Huntington Park.
I did. I saw him and Katie both there. Yeah.
Me too. I went too.
Oh, there you go.
You two were lucky. You got to see Rob, but you also got to see Katie. Damn it! Oh God.
Anyway,
And
put
then-
advantage on something that holds up for a little longer. Damage control is cracking at the seams.
And then Daniel earlier on said, "Are we officially in the end game of the Bloodline story? And if so, what's the final chapter of the story?"
What inning are we in, JJ?
You know, that's a valid question. I've always been horrible at trying to pinpoint, Paul and Roman's version of the 9 innings. Like I mentioned, when they did the WrestleMania press conference, they said we're only in the 3rd inning. Some baseball innings are long, some baseball innings are short, 3 up, 3 down. Could we have gone through 4 innings in these last few months since WrestleMania? But the first 3 years were 3 innings, long innings. Could we be at the 7th inning stretch now that Roman has been pinned? You figure the 7th inning stretch, it's like we're in the home stretch now. We're coming to the end of the game. Roman has now been pinned. We're coming to the end of the game. Who's going to get it? Who's going to win? Who's going to be the one to dethrone him? Who's going to be the last man standing for the bloodline? We could very well be the 7th inning stretch. We could be going into the top of the 9th. We could still be in the 5th inning. It just really depends on how much more they think they can get out of this. And I still, in my heart of hearts, feel like the bloodline story as a whole ends in Philly in the city of brotherly love.
Ooh.
Yeah. You know what, Jay? I think
which, and I didn't mean to step on you, Jeff, but like I said in Simply Predicting yesterday, was the home of whose very first WrestleMania main event? The most electrifying man in all of Hollywood.
Yup.
Dwayne Johnson.
That's it.
So
I agree with Real Wyatt that it needs to be Cody to dethrone Roman. Yes.
But that doesn't need to be where the bloodline story ends.
No, not at all. I think that as of now, if we're gonna keep using the baseball analogy, the opposing team is down and runs. We're in the 7th inning stretch. The Garden will be when the opposing team gets that go-ahead home run, with Cody taking the title off of Roman. Unfortunately, that means the next inning and a half, 2 innings, is going to take us from Friday night all the way through WrestleMania, which I'm not opposed to that story going that much longer because that's fine if we get a decent blow-off in Philadelphia.
Yeah, you figure we'll have Survivor Series in the midst of all that?
SummerSlam.
Possibly another War Games.
Yeah.
Possibly build to the Fatal 4-Way at Survivor Series.
Yep.
Because the rumor now is we're going to get Jay Roman at SummerSlam.
Yes.
So then we can get Roman versus Jimmy maybe at Payback.
They never
By October, we can get Roman versus Solo. And at Survivor Series, we can get the Fatal 4-Way.
True. Yeah.
And if Roman has lost the belt by then you move to the Rumble, where all 4 of them can be in the Rumble match, trying to get the shot at the title.
Yep. And think about this, Jay. You mentioned that Philadelphia was the site of The Rock's first WrestleMania main event. What event did The Rock debut in?
Survivor Series.
So if we have the Anawahis and the Fatal 4-Way showdown, who's to say The Rock doesn't come out and go, okay, this is fine and all, but
Well, he didn't come out with WrestleMania, and WrestleMania went Hollywood.
I know.
No, and I honestly, and I said this then, and I'll say it now. I think we had that so built up in our brains and in our hearts that when it didn't happen, it's like motherfucker. But
piggyback off that point, Jeff, where did that Survivor Series take place?
In the Garden, which is where they're going to be. Again, so many things tie into, at least because of the theories you have been spinning in the last 3 months, for being honest. You've got us all thinking which is fine. I love that.
But does Roman lose at WrestleMania 40? Because I heard that he's probably won't lose the title until he passes Hulk Hogan, which it won't be till like September of next year.
So I truthfully don't believe he needs to pass Hogan.
No.
And I'm not saying that as a Hulkamaniac. I'm saying that as another year. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Another year? No.
Yeah, because he's already top 5.
Yeah.
You know, as I pointed out on commentary, if you're gonna do a Mount Rushmore, you know, you can argue all the other greats all you want, the Michaels, the Harts, the Takers, the Rocks, the Austins, Sammartino, Backlund, Hogan, Roman.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, like, we as fans don't think he needs to pass Hulk Hogan. The question is, does WWE think? If WWE thinks or wants Roman to pass Hogan, he's gonna hold that title until September.
That's because WWE doesn't know what to put in the Roman Reigns spot because they're too stupid and lazy to figure out a person for that spot, even with a Money in the Bank contract. That's been the problem for 3 daggum years. They can't find or build another Roman Reigns.
They've booked themselves into a corner is the problem. Because he's defeated virtually everybody, so who do you have beat him?
Besides his own blood at this point.
Or Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
Or some huge signing that comes in, you know, the War of 2024, MJF would be a possibility because nobody would be expecting it. But then people would be like, he held the belt until Max got here? That was your long-term plan? Really?
Execution.
MJF?
Execution, JJ. Execution.
You know, it would be a shock moment, but people would be scratching their heads.
In my honest opinion, Roman should lose that title at WrestleMania 40. You can't go past WrestleMania 40, but I don't know what WWE has up their sleeve.
This
So,
year,
my whole thing is, as much as a lot of fans, I'm not one of them because I happen to like Hulk, but as much as the grand populace of wrestling fans tend to shit on Hulk Hogan these days, and Lord knows a lot of times he's earned it, I still think that as high a regard as the old man held Bruno Sammartino, Vince, and even Hunter now holds Hogan in that regard, because without Hogan, the company wouldn't be around today. We wouldn't be around today to have a IWC to talk about this stuff if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan being there in '84. So I don't think that they're looking to have Hogan surpassed lengthwise on this reign. Is Roman regarded in a better light these days than Hogan is looking back retrospectively? Absolutely. But even Roman will tell you he was a Hulkamaniac. At WrestleMania 9, probably not. But when he was a kid, absolutely.
James.
as much as I love the conversation and I would like to keep it going, this boy is very, very, very tired.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
I just plug it. Keep going, but start Super Champ, people, or we are going to disconnect with you shortly.
Yes. And
Fair
Chelsea, she had a lot of time tonight anyway, so we need to make sure we get people where they need to go.
Yes.
What?
What?
You were saying earlier you didn't have a lot of time tonight, so we didn't want to make you feel like you had to rush. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm tired too. That's why I'm just trying to get when I'm bouncing a bit too. 'Cause I'm tired.
Yeah, I really think that Friday's SmackDown will be a lot more clarity coming across and where we're going after that.
Yeah,
agreed.
Because people either think Cody's going to be the one on Friday, or they think that the two of us are out of our goddamn minds.
Sure.
One or the other.
Yep.
So we'll see.
And if you didn't know already, you can check out our watch along coverage.
Yes, there you go, baby. Friday night.
The shills.
Yes, back to the shills.
Fuck commercial.
That's what we do. We're DX. We don't talk about wrestling or anything. We are salesmen, damn it. And since Attila is here, in case she does need a bounce early, I do want to throw out that she did promote her latest recap on the Why the hell is I literally clicked on this one, and the fucking computer clicked on that one instead.
I mean, not that I have a problem looking at Natty again.
Well, no, never agreed. But damn it, I'm trying to plug our new affiliate here, and fucking computer's messing around. That was the tweet. Please go to her YouTube at Rangers Wrestling and check out that recap, as well as her recap of Dynamite and Raw this week. And she'll be more often than not. We will have recaps of, if I can find that graphic, where the hell ever I put that.
And she had an unboxing go up this week.
She did. That's true. So yes, that's the recaps more often than not for our new friend Attila over at Rangers of Wrestling on the YouTube.
Good deal.
Thanks for the plug, you guys.
Yeah, of course.
No problem.
No problem.
That's what we do around here. We're salesmen, damn it. We're not
salesman.
podcast hosts. We're salesmen.
You're salesman.
I guess.
In the words of Ric Flair impersonating Roddy Piper, gotta draw money, gotta draw money. They'll be back next week.
And we will. That's fair.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, did anybody watch Collision?
Of course.
No, not yet. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
I see the
Listen,
real
I know
Wyatt.
Noah was live tweeting it, so
I watched it.
all things
I watched
wrestling.
it.
It's a pretty darn good show.
It says, I don't. The real Wyatt is asking no NXT reviews. No, I don't cover NXT.
No. We are talking about, and it's very
I don't talk
preliminary
about it.
No, I know. What I was saying was very preliminary discussion about somebody doing NXT recaps. Very preliminary at best right now. So
because this
NXT.
is my NXT.
That's right.
Noah would give me his line, but he's just too tired right now, so I don't even blame him.
Nah,
And isn't he like 2 hours ahead of us? Shit, he must be tired.
3.
Yeah, we're
Yeah. The two of them are actually on East Coast. It's almost 2:30 for these two. Yeah,
I don't know how East Coast people do it when it comes to pro wrestling. I mean, you guys are getting out of there late.
Aaron, that's the one thing Aaron Ref laments about living in Michigan. He's like, oh, fuck, I miss these West Coast hours. I'm like, yeah, you do, buddy, but you chose to move.
I was going to say that was one of the things he was talking about in his review earlier today, was like how much he loves these early show times. Yes. These overseas show times, because it means that he can do his shit at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon and call it a day.
Hell yeah. And because it wasn't live, he didn't recap that all. I bet you that was in bed at 8 o'clock. I'd bet $1 million if I was in bed by 8 o'clock tonight. Good for him for it.
What a freaking lightweight.
But fun fact, if I didn't watch wrestling on East Coast time, I would probably go to sleep during Raw.
Yeah, I don't blame
I
you.
already do that.
Who's not told? We got a 3-hour Raw for us.
Oh, that's funny.
That's tremendous. I love it.
That's funny.
Mondays and Tuesday nights, the day of sleep.
You guys are terrible.
Oh, back to the plugs.
Oh, yeah.
Plugged Attila, who is the newest affiliate of the Multiverse, but as of today, we welcomed back.
Yay!
The Greg Cherry brand, home of the
Yes.
Greg Cherry Show. Both the Watch Alone and this have been going across his YouTube today as well. Thank you to him for opening the doors up and allowing us to be more visible on his channel than we have been in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely kind of cool to
Always good to see.
bring in a new audience.
Yes, always good to have more eyes on the products, folks. Always.
Absolutely. We're Wyatt. Don't feel ashamed. We're all people of our own design.
Yeah, that's true.
It'll be a shame. And yes, I'm glad he put it like this, because I do this in my regular life and people look at me like I'm strange. It's like, no, you have to say it like this now.
Well, you are strange, but you know.
No, you know what? You know what, Jeff? I feel you, because now I feel like I can say without saying it like LA Knight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we had to wait a school staff boy. If you're gonna say his name, you gotta put the on it. That's part of his name. LA Knight. Yeah, you had to say the whole thing.
Because he was trying to get away with not doing the and it was like, no. Let me educate you here.
That's right. Especially our boy Sean Ricker. You gotta give Sean Ricker all the respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't care if I'm tired as fuck. I'll still say yeah.
or
when
like,
that
or
name's
like,
mentioned.
or like, whenever I say
FTR?
awesome, I try to say like how the Miz used to say it.
See?
Awesome.
Correct.
I more likely will say thank you like Chad Gable before I say awesome like the Miz.
Thank you.
Sheesh. Thank you.
You got to
Yeah,
hold the
that can
peace
make it
signs up when you say the thank you.
Thank
also.
you.
Thank you.
Every time, you know, it's funny. Every time I say iconic, I always pose like the Iconics.
My friend, I officially deem you worthy in my eyes. Thank you.
One of us. One of us.
Iconics, the best women's tag team in WWE history. Bite me if you think otherwise.
That's right.
Another question for Datilla here in the comments.
I'm pretty excited, actually. I'm really excited for Cosmic Fury. It's gonna be a very original season. They're not. I don't think they're using any Sentai footage for that season. I think it's gonna be all original footage.
I love
I'm
it.
really excited. Rumor has it that this season is the big finale, and Power Rangers as we know it is coming to an end. But we'll see.
As long as they can make money off the IP and recreate a red, yellow.
That's
blue
what I
rating,
hear too.
you
I
know
I
they're
hear
not-
that too.
You know they're not going to stop that nonsense. Just like Pokemon will never die.
Yeah. I
Even
feel
if
like
Ash is a Pokemon master, whatever the hell the
This may
Japanese
be
version of the show
controversial.
says.
Oh, even though Pokemon's still going on, Ash is no longer in the show.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, I knew that.
So who they book now, Nicole?
I don't know. But I actually
Got 15 different damn inaugurations of Yu-Gi-Oh! For Pete's sake.
yeah, well, hey, Yu-Gi-Oh's great. Shush.
No,
but-
you shush.
I only saw
Yu-Gi-Oh!
the-
Just stopped
I
after
only
the
saw
original.
the first
you're
series
right.
of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
Wait,
see-
what? You never finished the original series?
I said I only saw the first series. I only saw up into Awakening the Dragons. After Awakening the Dragons, I fell off of Yu-Gi-Oh.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
I
Some
agree
things
with
run their
you. I
course
agree with
way too damn long, especially in the world of entertainment.
Dude, GX was a freaking nightmare to get through, and then 5Ds was like a little better, but then you saw the actual tournament rules, and then you're like, and I'm done. And I'm out. Peace.
Yeah.
Just give me the blue eyes white dragon. I'm good.
Yeah,
Give me the Red Eyes Black Dragon.
Red Eyes Black Dragon versus Blue Eyes White Dragon. Who wins?
Hey,
Give
Joey
me
versus
Slifer
Kaiba.
the Sky Dragon.
Hey,
Fans.
That's an Egyptian god card, to be fair. What the hell is happening
I'm a
here?
Wayne Dragon of Raw guy, bro.
All right.
Nobody
enough
likes Olive as a tormentor here.
Noah's like, what the hell's going
I'd
on?
rather see Winged Dragon of Raw. But before we go down NerdCon for free, can we continue with the shows and get everybody to sleep?
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah. I'm trying to go to bed.
Same.
Feel free to bounce out if you need to, Datilla. It's all good.
Okay.
Okay.
I was reading that comment.
Casey said that.
What the hell did Daniel say? Yu-Gi-Oh! Will never die
What?
except for the creator. I will try my best to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush. The fuck it's called now? Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush?
My God, no! What is? No, I
Freaking
don't
NXT
even-
Go
I
Rush
don't-
against Yu-Gi-Oh.
I don't
feel
even
bad
want
for
to
you.
know what the hell that is.
I feel bad for you, dude.
Well, you can always find me on the socials at the Renegade JJ Williams, on Twitter at ROWJJ Williams, and on YouTube at the Casa D18 Studios. For the number of you guys that are watching now and have been watching all day, we definitely thank you guys for your continued support. Make sure you go and you check out the dads, Not Always on Wrestling, from this past week, as Jeff and I went through the top 10 NWA World Tag Team Champions of all time. We were in and out in under an hour and a half, folks.
Hell yeah, baby. We got our shit in.
Brian Cage style.
That's right.
And then make sure you guys be on the lookout in July as Jeff and I discuss the top 10 solo Beatles songs for our non-wrestling topic, and then the top 10 ECW Heatwave matches for our wrestling topic in July.
Yes.
As stated earlier, the members-only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel officially went live today, where you can find all my episodes of Renegade Wrestling reviews. First one to go up was my review of Capital Punishment. It was what it was. You want to hear what I thought about it? $5 to subscribe, and you get
That's
all
it.
the content.
That's right.
In addition to that, this month you'll get Noah's NXT, the black and gold NXT. Everybody's NXT, I think, in this room except for mine. Maybe to tell us too, because she admits that she doesn't really watch NXT.
Yeah.
But everybody else's. So I'm going to be discussing From Secret to Sensation, NXT's Greatest Matches Volume 1, Best of NXT 2017, and Best of NXT TakeOver 2018. And then, what is this one that got thrown in here? Ah, yes. Jeff?
Yes. So, Talk Wrestling going to be a little bit different this week, this month, as far as layout and format, because on the 11th, I will be at Disneyland with family, so I will not be able to do the show live or even, pre-tape, because I don't like doing Talk Wrestling pre-tape. So you can check out the show on No DQ and across the multiverse on Independence Day. I'll be home July 18th, which will be the show's 16th anniversary, by the way. And the 25th of July, and then Thursday, July 13th, that week we will be on Thursday instead of Tuesday, but they'll all be at 10:05 Eastern on Tuesdays after NXT, Thursdays after Impact, I should say. And I botched that graphic, but that's okay. 10:05 Eastern every single time it's on during the week. It'll be on those days this month. Just kind of happens because I don't like having to split it up. If like a No DQ's got a prediction show or whatever on a Tuesday, I'll do it on a Thursday. But this month is different because it's on my turns. So, because Disneyland calls for the family 2 days in a row because I'm clearly a crazy person.
I have two last questions before I get ready to go because I'm tired. First, what does ROW stand for, JJ?
Renegade of Wrestling.
So
Rangers of Wrestling.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you're a Ranger of Wrestling. He's a Renegade of Wrestling. That means if you guys got together and did a review show, that means you're ROW squared.
Yeah, or ROW to the second power.
And then if they have internet trouble, they be the rows instead of the re-rows.
We'll be row.
I've been using Renegade of Wrestling since 2011 when I first launched my show. So
yes.
I've been Rangers of Wrestling for like the last 2 years.
It's all good. It's all
good. I love it.
Nobody is copyrighted. They both stand for different things. They both deliver different products. So it's not a big deal for me. I did find it kind of iconic, going back to that mention when we first discovered you and your channel and everything, and the whole ROW is like, okay. But I don't call my channel that either. My channel is the Costa D18 Studios channel. So
I like how you said, oh, sorry, there's like a car going off outside.
Oh, it's yours. Okay. Right.
No, it's not mine. I don't even know whose car that is. My window's open.
It's through your.
It's through your speaker there, your microphone.
What the hell?
That was brilliant.
But the way you said it, like we discover you.
Well, originally you were brought to our attention through Noah. He always mentioned you, especially whenever the topic of Power Rangers would come up.
Yes.
And then we got to meet you at Dynamite at the forum. And then it's just kind of been a continual thing,
Yeah. That's fun. And then my last question is: so if this is the multiverse, what are your guys' alter egos? Because isn't that the whole point of the multiverse?
Here we go with that shit.
I'm autistic, man.
Well, okay. So, and again, if I'm wrong with the definition, please somebody clarify for me. The reason it got called the multiverse of media is because it started out as just me doing my thing. JJ would do his thing. We would come together to do dads on both channels. And then these two yahoos came into the picture and we started broadcasting the watch-alongs on all the channels. I forget who actually said multiverse of media first, so forgive me. I was hesitant. Oh God, it's going to be a freaking Marvel. And I even took if you look at the text here, let's see where I put it here. One of the graphics has it. There it is.
Oh, you can actually show it again, JJ, if you have it still.
Well, no, I don't think I forget which one it's on. I think it's on this one for sure. Yeah, there we go. There's the graphics. The multiverse of media text is where'd it go? No, not that one. That was actually the Star Trek text, believe it or not.
No, there it is. Hey.
Yeah, there you go. The Multiverse of Media font is actually the Multiverse of Madness font they use for Doctor Strange. So I figured, okay, you know what? I'm gonna embrace it. Whatever, it is what it is. But it just seemed to make sense because my channel is primarily wrestling, as it always has been. But JJ is primarily movie reviews. James is wrestling based, but also a ton of gaming coverage and things like that. Yours, now you're part of Multiverse, is very much Power Rangers as much as it's wrestling. Mikey Statboy is on JJ's channel. He's a sports bar, a sports talk show. Greg being back. Greg's show is just fucking, let's just see what sticks on the wall today when we throw it at it. Jesus.
It's a witch's brew.
It's a witch's, yeah, very much a witch's brew. So I figured, okay, Multiverse of Media actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that you explain it like that, okay, totally. Yes, I was just thinking like alter egos and stuff.
No,
like
no.
that.
I mean, we do have nicknames. I'm the Renegade of Wrestling. He's the West Coast Professor.
Yes.
James is the Heb Man. Noah's the Simple Man. And when he does commentary, the Simple Man with the spectacular voice.
Yes.
Mikey is Stat Boy. Josh is the Cleveland Combatant or the Meltzer of the Multiverse. The other Jeff is Big Baller G. That's his nickname. So everybody kind of has their own little nicknames to your point.
So am I going to get a nickname?
Well,
possibly.
Create your own, or would probably give you some suggestions.
Yeah. I think everybody came up with their own except mine, and mine was kind of like my own, but it evolved from somebody else calling me something else with Professor Rennet back in 21 years ago. Okay, let me go get my Ovaltine and my cookie. I'll be right back. Jesus. When we interviewed Mike today and he was hearing all of my knowledge pouring out of me about different stats, he, being the professor, Mike today, on WCW all those years, said, you could be Professor Junior. And Aaron just latched onto that like a freaking baby to a T, like, oh yeah, nickname for Jeff. And it's like, yeah, but he's based in, first of all, Junior makes it sound like a freaking kid, but he was based in TNA. So he was broadcasting in Tennessee or later in Florida. He was the East Coast professor now because he was living in Vegas, but working in the East. So I'm the West Coast professor.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was cool. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
So,
and as far as like who came up with the Multiverse of Media, I think it was me.
Yeah.
Because being the movie guy more, Multiverse of Madness was coming out right at that time. And it was like, we're all these different channels, but we all come together under one banner, the Jeff Meacham Network.
Right.
It's like, so we're just like this whole little multiverse of media.
Yeah.
Cool.
And the Jeff Meacham Network logo attached to the Multiverse of Media logo is actually on this font. We can go and throw that back. I can throw that back up now. That font.
Your logo reminds me of Back to the Future.
That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. Greg Cherry designed that for me. It literally is the Back to the Future font with the arrows and everything, but it's just my words instead of the Back to the Future words. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. Very good eye. And of course, the other logo I have, which is definitely on this graphic with all of our plugs, is based on the LA Kings old logo, which I'm a Kings fan for life. I talked about it in the forum when we saw it. It's like I used to live in that damn building practically. So
actually, I had never been to the forum.
Oh, that's returned to the forum ever?
Prior to that, I've never been to the forum. I had no reason to go to the forum. I'm not really.
Well, you got to remember, you're younger than at least the two of us. It is a concert hall / able to be used for wrestling now. But when it was built by the owner of the LA Kings hockey, and then the Lakers, much like it did with Staples Center later. You freaking bums that pay us rent.
We don't talk about the Staples Center name change.
Okay. We're definitely keeping her.
I agree.
We're keeping her down for that comment.
Yep.
She's here for life after that shit. Absolutely.
Even I understand that.
Yeah, but what's so great about the forum thing? They have the sponsor names on it, and that's great. It was always a fabulous forum to me. No, I haven't never seen a show there because they didn't do TV there for years and years until AW. He calls it the fabulous forum just because he heard me say it, and it's like, yes, keep doing that. Because it's not the Kia forum. I don't give a shit if you can park a Kia there. Good for you. It's not the freaking forum presented by Chase. What's that?
To me, it's the Inglewood forum.
Well, right, because the city is actually Inglewood, but we always, as Kings fans and Mr. Cook, who used to the original owner of the Kings, always called it the Fabulous Forum because they had the Forum in Montreal and they had the Forum, one other city around the world, but ours was the Fabulous Forum.
Mm. That's cool. Oh, and Jeff, for the record, I'm mostly a wrestling channel that does Power Rangers.
Okay, that's
not the other way.
well.
there you
go. Okay, well then I appreciate that. I did see that question, but it kind of went away before I could actually process it.
It's probably for the best. We don't want to be here for another hour.
Yeah, we're already going too long.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off because I am tired and I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow.
Yes,
so
no problem.
Sorry I couldn't stay on long. And
No,
sorry
you
for coming
won't.
out
Let me get
late.
by.
Yeah,
always a pleasure, Datilla. Get some sleep. See you next time.
All right, I'll see you guys. What, next Saturday?
Yes,
If you want.
Every Saturday, 8 o'clock. Yep.
Every Saturday? Okay.
Every Saturday, hour after Collision. Yep.
After Collision? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can make it every Saturday.
Love it.
Okay.
All right. See you then.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Good
And
night,
there
everybody.
she goes, morphing
night.
down.
Up.
Oh.
It's power down.
Yeah, power down.
Power
My
down. Power down. Okay,
I
bye.
haven't watched Power Rangers in
Bye.
years. Bye.
I'll piss her off. She'll come back and kick your ass. No. You're trying to go to bed and shit.
All right. Getting back to the shills, Jeff, you saw because I threw it up there earlier. I did reload this. That way, everybody that isn't already following me
I
on
love that
socials
still exists because that is
Can-
the freaking. I think it's a Star Trek V Final Frontier, which the only good thing about that damn movie is the font because God, that movie's a piece of shit. But
Yep. No idea.
yeah, but of course I use Doc Brown's quote because at the time I was trying to get people to follow and subscribe. So our future is whatever you at home make it. So please follow, subscribe. Facebook, Jeff Meacham Network, Twitter and Instagram at _Jeff Meacham. YouTube, of course, is just Jeff Meacham. JeffMeachamNetwork.com doesn't exist anymore. I didn't re-up the Google payment, but Linktree, Jeff Meacham is still me, so you can use that link if you want to. As far as the Boss Man, since he was doing his thing earlier today, the No DQ review will be back in its normal time slot tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific, with Virtue, Aaron, and whoever he's got. It not supposed to be me, but since I'm off working definitely at Disney, it may be me after all.
It's definitely not going to be me. I have familial obligations tomorrow.
You got familial plus then some, dude. You got a packed house over there. God bless you. And then Collision's a sometimes thing for Aaron because it's sometimes taped. And even though SmackDown was taped this week, he still covered it because it's WWE. You can catch Aaron's recaps of Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown on the appropriate days at the appropriate times over at NoDQ.com on YouTube and on Twitter. I believe he does them on Facebook too nowadays.
And then we go into the upcoming special events.
Yes.
Open mic game night, where we will be doing the Pyramid.
Dick Clark.
Now, we do need a participant for this because we discovered that both Emmanuel and Arlene have prior familial commitments that day.
Yes.
So we need somebody that is willing to compete against my daughter in a version of the Pyramid. I have volunteered. I hope it's okay with the two sometimes hosts, but I would like to take the hosting duties for this one because I don't think it would be fair for me to be partnered up with my daughter.
Agreed.
I feel like too many people would find that to be collusion.
That's fair.
So I feel like if I host the show, you guys can be the panelists, the celebrities, if you will, to be paired up. You maybe have Noah and James as the celebrities. Jeff could be the producer man, since he's technically uncle for my daughter also.
Also a very
same
biased
type of conflict of interest, if you will.
We'll see how things lay out because Noah's good at the graphic work on those game shows. I've proven to be a decent, better producer than a host, clearly, after match game. So
It's all right, Jeff. You did all right, bro.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Emmanuel. We appreciate it. And yes, we are basically done unless someone super chats.
Super chat. It's as simple as that. And whether I'm, Jeff, like I said, just get with me. I'll show you the graphics, and I'll make sure it's nothing but click, click, click if need be.
Oh my God, it's not.
El Renegado de la Lucha Libre.
Oh my God, I can't believe that. That's tremendous. It is too late to be giggling that stupidly. Okay.
And then, of course, we've got the open mic and karaoke night coming soon.
Yes.
With the British Invasion karaoke.
Ringo Starr is tired, but he has to still endure this, unfortunately.
By the way, British Invasion wise, happy retirement to Doug Williams.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
He has retirement this week, so bad motherfucker, man. Much respect to Doug. Love him.
Respect.
And then, of course, we've got... Oh, wait. We have one more graphic in here. Got jumbled around.
Oh, it did? Jesus.
Coming up in November, we will have the Disney karaoke night.
Yes.
The night that Noah is very much looking forward to.
Fuck that.
As we saw in the trailer for July, quite a bit of movies for Noah to watch and do some research.
Oh, my God.
We never know how far he'll go. You know?
But whenever we do something like this, we want to see Noah take an adventure in that great white somewhere. So I'm here for it.
Or into the unknown.
Oh, it'll be in the unknown for sure.
Hope he doesn't get lost in the woods.
That's right.
At least until he can see the light.
I was gonna say too, my favorite gimmick of Doug Williams, unironically, was when he was in WCW acting like Brexit. That was funny.
Your microphone just went all re-row on us. Not re-row, but like really like it sounds like you're in a distance. He can go in the distance. Ties in.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
We can now.
Okay, I said that my favorite gimmick, unironically, was of Mr. Doug Williams being Brexit in WCPW.
Oh, all right.
And then we mentioned it before, but this Friday, SmackDown at the Garden.
Oh, the Garden.
It's going to be a blast.
Commercials.
Yes, unfortunately, that is a thing.
Well, it is what it is, but we'll have our panel to be able to bullshit in between.
True.
You know they do the picture-in-picture a whole lot more now since AEW made that a regular thing. So hopefully there won't be too much that we have to bullshit through.
But yes.
Hopefully.
But yeah.
Noah?
Give it me if you want, tired or not, for anything wrestling practically on the Twitter and YouTube, primarily at InFoster1916, whether it's Simply Predicting, Simple Takes, Simple Bracketology, Simple League Updates, anything across the multiverse of media that my voice is pretty much used for. Find it at InFoster1916, YouTube, and the Twitter. Me and JJ at some point will do a Simple Take. What the fuck is this? Me and JJ, I'm going to ignore that before. Spot to the highest degree.
Sell it. Sell it.
Fuck me. I demand royalties of that shit sales. But anyway, me and JJ at some point will do a Simple Take of Money in the Bank. Win.
That's amazing.
Fucking hell. And there's like we talked about earlier, the Simple Bracketology of G1, and then the Simple Predicting goes into Impact Wrestling after the holiday week for Impact Wrestling Anniversary, and we go from there.
I mean, to be fair, Noah, we have a busy as fuck month coming up. We got to make sure we generate kind of so we can start producing those CDs. So
it's true.
Fuck me.
So yeah,
Emmanuel, worry not. James is on the case. Just like Pod Patrol. Chase is on the case. James is on the case.
I'm on the case, baby.
That's right. Mr. Hebert will investigate.
Now available from Time Life Music.
No, you gotta do it in the voice I always do. Now available in Time Life Music.
No. For this set, you've got to get the deep, like Barry White voice. You know, the whole sensual.
Okay.
You know, like it's the greatest, like it's the greatest R&B slow jam CD that's ever been made.
Now available on Time Life Music, like that kind of.
Yeah.
There you go.
When do we get the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon spinning the random wheel? When the fuck did that happen?
I mean, I can
Anyway.
bring the wheel in so we can spin it one time for the British invasion.
No,
don't worry about it. But
coming soon from Time Life Home Video.
Yeah,
What can I call open mic now? Just in time for Christmas.
Dignity in every sort of the word. Dadgummit.
Dadgummit. That's right.
Order
The
now
first single,
for
first
rush
track on that'll be
delivery by
Dadgummit.
Christmas.
That's right. Oh,
Dadgummit.
after midnight, it's a delirium set in, kids. It's time to go home. Jesus.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else you need to plug, Noah?
Oh,
No, I think that's it.
No.
That's all the graphics I have. But yeah, like Jeff mentioned, man, it's gonna be insane over the course of the next month.
That's just my channel and some of the shows that go across the entire multiverse, plus the Tilla's recaps at the bottom there of the calendar, plus JJ stuff and the membership stuff. That's just the stuff that's going to be on he and I's channel, with again some stuff sprinkled in from Greg's and the stuff that goes across the entire multiverse. But man, thank God for and on seventh day we rested, because Sunday's going to be a day of rest except for the Great American Bash.
That is true.
And even then, he ain't resting on Sunday. He got shit going on every Sunday too. So
Yeah.
So.
All right. So no, you want to do your catchphrase, bud? Or are you too tired?
Somehow I'm still awake. Might as well. It seems to be the case.
God bless you, Noah.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it, but
I don't know
thank you
either.
so much for hanging in there with us tonight, my friend. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, I try.
It was so funny. We were talking 10:30 about being done early. Now it's at 12.
There's no such thing as early here on this thing. You know that.
No, for real. Like, I don't want to jinx it, and I don't want to sound like I'm ungrateful, but had Dattila not popped in when she did, we probably would have been out of here an hour ago.
That's true.
But
But that's
because
okay.
she popped in at the time she did, we kind of felt like we needed to engage her. And I loved having her around.
wonderful.
She's
Yeah.
more than welcome to come anytime. We
Anytime.
love her being on the show.
Absolutely wonderful. Giving her an open mic and giving her the platform to join us crazy yahoos to engage with things. Apparently wrestling and anime and more too. Who knows where the hell we'll go from here with her. God bless her. Welcome to the multiverse, Dattila. Enjoy the ride. And I hope everybody enjoyed the ride tonight. And fucking hell, I demand royalties if that actually does happen. But if people do want to know more about me, besides the fact that apparently I'm sold for dignity to sing any damn thing, it seems, anymore in this day and age, not before. Damn you three. Know this, for I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan. Fucking hell. Lifelong. Blah. Blah. Blah.
Self upside the face.
God, fucking hell, I'm tired. Lifelong fan of, let me get this right, professional wrestling. Damn it! I'm gonna collapse from exhaustion, but I digress. And we're always trying to remind you all, whether you're here live or on demand, that there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share in any fatigue. So again, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality, two, treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. Happy Canada Day, happy 4th of July, happy whatever the hell day you want to call July 2nd and on. It's as simple as that. Get me the fuck out of here.
Happy Bret Hart birthday! Since it's almost 12.
Oh yeah!
There we go.
I didn't even know that. Dadgummit.
Did we run the new signature at all tonight during this show?
Yeah.
Okay.
It ran before.
Okay.
During the intro.
I missed trying to get the thing ready, because I would say if we did, we can close with that. That's a hell of a new signature.
I know real why. Somewhere Gino Glenn is rolling over laughing because he doesn't have a cheap sign in the background that falls while he's speaking.
That is true.
Damn it.
Right, that's right.
So we thank everybody that has joined us throughout this crazy ride over the course of the day.
Yes.
The number of you that watched live during the watch along, those of you that super chatted $100.
Damn it.
Can't believe that we got that much in just a simple watch along.
Yeah, it wasn't even like a
the
special.
10 of you that are still watching now, thank you. Spread out amongst multiple channels.
Yes.
We love all of you guys. Thank you to Stat Boy for popping in earlier with the stats and everything for the watch along. Thank you to Josh Mansfield for being here for the first part of the show. Thank you to Datilla for joining this island of misfit toys that we are.
Oh, shit.
And being willing to be the lone female in the sea of testosterone.
Yeah.
You've got a long ride ahead of you, sweetheart. But we appreciate the fact that you're willing to ride this out with us.
We've only just begun.
For the simple man with the spectacular voice. For the Heb Man, James Hebert. For the man, the myth, the legend, the man whose name is usually on the marquee, but the marquee was taken down for the shameless plugs. The West Coast Professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham. I am your host and moderator for the evening. As always, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Thank you all for joining us and tuning in, and we will see you guys next week across the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media.
Have a good night, folks.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Please sleep. Someone should.